Imagine lying in bed, the weight of the day slowly fatting as your mind begins to drift. In those quiet moments, your thoughts wander, reflecting on the journey of your life, the choices you've made, and the endless possibilities that lie ahead. What if instead of falling into the usual cycle of worry and overthinking, you could immerse yourself in the calming, timeless wisdom of ancient philosophy? Imagine letting the teachings of Stoicism, Taoism, and existential thought lull you into a state of introspective peace, helping you to release the anxieties of the day and embrace the gentle flow of existence. Philosophy isn't just for academic halls or intellectual debates. It's a guide for navigating the human experience, and it offers a profound balm for a restless mind. The wisdom of Marcus Aurelius teaches us resilience and the art of inner peace. His reflections remind us that much of our suffering is born from our own perceptions, our attachment to outcomes, and our resistance to the natural course of events. As you listen to his words, imagine releasing the burdens you carry, letting go of the need to control what lies beyond your grasp. In this way, Stoicism becomes a comfort, encouraging you to accept each moment as it is and to let go of what you cannot change. Then we turn to Taoism with its emphasis on flow and harmony with the universe. The Tao teaches us to let go not in a passive way, but as an act of trust in the unfolding of life. The Taoist approach encourages us to loosen our grip to find ease in every breath and to allow ourselves to be carried by life's currents rather than struggling against them. As you lie there listening to the principles of the Tao, imagine the weight of expectations, judgments, and self-criticism melting away, leaving you free to simply be. Stoicism is not about becoming cold or emotionless. It is about becoming stable. And if you really pay attention to your daily life, you will notice how much of your stress comes from things you were never in control of in the first place. Other people's opinions, unexpected events, outcomes you hoped would go your way but didn't. And what Stoicism does is it cuts straight through that confusion with a simple but powerful distinction. There are things you can control and things you cannot. And once you truly understand that, not just intellectually but practically, your entire way of thinking starts to shift because you stop wasting energy fighting reality and start directing your effort toward your own thoughts, your decisions, and your actions. And that is where your real power lies. Because you cannot control whether someone respects you, but you can control whether you act with integrity. You cannot control whether life is fair, but you can control how you respond to unfairness. And this is why Stoicism is not passive. It is actually highly active. It demands discipline, awareness, and constant self-correction. It asks you to pause before reacting, to question your impulses, to separate what is happening from the story you are telling yourself about what is happening. Because most suffering does not come directly from events, but from the interpretation you attach to them. And once you begin to see that clearly, you start to create space between stimulus and response. And in that space is where your freedom exists, and that is what Stoicism is really training. The ability to remain steady under pressure, to not be pulled in every direction by emotion or circumstance, to act based on reason rather than impulse. And over time, this builds a kind of quiet confidence, not the loud, performative kind that depends on validation, but something deeper and more durable, a sense that no matter what happens, you can handle it, that you are not fragile, that setbacks are not the end of you but simply part of the process. And this is why Stoic thinkers emphasized preparation, not in a paranoid way but in a realistic one. They would reflect on worst-case scenarios not to become negative but to reduce fear. Because when you mentally rehearse difficulty, it loses its power over you. And when difficulty actually arrives, you are not shocked by it. You are ready. And at the same time, Stoicism teaches you to appreciate what you already have. Because everything in your life is temporary, your health, your relationships, your opportunities. None of it is guaranteed, and recognizing that does not make life depressing. It makes it more valuable. It sharpens your attention and increases your gratitude. And when you combine that awareness with disciplined action, you start to live differently. You stop procrastinating on what matters. You stop chasing things that do not truly improve your life, and you become more intentional with your time and energy. And this is ultimately what Stoicism offers, not a theory but a way of operating, a mental framework that helps you navigate uncertainty, control your reactions, and build resilience, so that instead of being overwhelmed by life, you are able to face it directly, calmly, and with purpose. And once you start applying this way of thinking consistently, you begin to notice something subtle but powerful changing in your day-to-day life. Situations that used to trigger you immediately no longer have the same grip. Delays, criticism, inconvenience, even failure. They still happen, but they do not destabilize you in the same way. Because you are no longer expecting the world to behave according to your preferences. You are expecting it to behave according to its nature, which is unpredictable, imperfect, and often outside your control, and that shift alone removes a huge amount of unnecessary frustration, because instead of saying, "This shouldn't be happening," you begin to say, "This is happening. Now what is the best response?" And that question redirects your focus from complaint to action, from resistance to adaptation. And this is where Stoicism becomes extremely practical, because it is not asking you to ignore problems. It is asking you to engage with them more effectively, without emotional overreaction clouding your judgment. And one of the key skills here is learning to observe your thoughts instead of immediately believing them, because your first reaction is often automatic, shaped by habit, fear, or ego. And if you act on that without questioning it, you end up reinforcing the same patterns that keep you stuck. But if you slow down even slightly and examine what you are thinking, you create the opportunity to choose differently. And over time, that builds mental discipline, the ability to pause, assess, and respond deliberately. And this is what separates someone who is constantly reacting from someone who is actually in control of themselves. And another important aspect of Stoicism is understanding the role of discomfort. Most people spend their lives trying to avoid anything that feels difficult, uncertain, or uncomfortable. But Stoicism takes the opposite approach. It treats discomfort as a necessary part of growth, something to be trained with rather than avoided. Because if you only operate within what feels easy, you remain fragile. But when you deliberately expose yourself to challenges, whether that is physical effort, difficult conversations, or taking responsibility for your actions, you expand your capacity to handle stress and pressure. And gradually, what once felt overwhelming becomes manageable, and what once felt impossible becomes routine. And this builds resilience in a very real, practical sense, not as an idea but as a capability. And at the same time, Stoicism reminds you not to attach your identity to external outcomes, because success and failure are both unstable. If you define yourself by winning, you will eventually be shaken by losing. But if you define yourself by your principles, by how you act regardless of the result, then you create a stable foundation that does not collapse under pressure. And this is why Stoics focus so heavily on character, on being disciplined, honest, and rational, because those are things you can control consistently. And when you align your actions with those values, you gain a sense of internal stability that does not depend on external validation. And over time, this changes how you see other people as well. You become less reactive to their behavior because you understand that they are also acting based on their own perceptions, their own limitations, their own lack of control. And instead of taking everything personally, you begin to see things more objectively, which reduces unnecessary conflict and allows you to respond with more clarity and less emotion. And this does not mean you become passive or tolerate everything. It means you choose your responses carefully. You act when necessary, but you do not waste energy on anger or resentment that serves no purpose. And this level of control is what gives Stoicism its strength. It is not about suppressing emotion, but about not being ruled by it, about maintaining your ability to think clearly even when situations are difficult. And when you develop that ability, you start to experience a different kind of confidence, one that is not loud or dependent on circumstances, but quiet and consistent, built on the knowledge that no matter what happens, you can adapt, respond, and move forward without losing control of yourself. And as this way of thinking becomes more natural, you start to recognize an even deeper layer of Stoicism, which is the idea that your perception is shaping almost everything you experience, not the events themselves, but the meaning you assign to them. Because two people can go through the exact same situation and walk away with completely different reactions. One sees it as a disaster, the other sees it as a challenge, and the difference is not in the event, it is in the interpretation. And this is where Stoicism gives you a kind of leverage over your own mind. It teaches you that while you may not control what happens, you have a significant degree of influence over how you frame it, and that framing determines whether you suffer unnecessarily or adapt effectively. So instead of asking why something bad is happening to you, you begin to ask what this situation requires from you. What kind of response would reflect strength, discipline, and clarity? And that shift turns problems into training, setbacks into feedback, and obstacles into opportunities to practice control. And this is closely connected to one of the most powerful Stoic attitudes, which is accepting reality fully without adding resistance on top of it. Because resistance does not change the situation, it only increases your frustration. And this does not mean you stop trying to improve things. It means you stop arguing with what already exists and focus your energy on what can still be influenced. And when you operate like this, you become far more efficient, both mentally and practically, because your attention is not scattered across things that lead nowhere. It is concentrated on actions that actually produce results. And another important element here is time. Stoicism places a strong emphasis on the fact that your time is limited. And not in an abstract way, but in a very concrete sense. Every day that passes is gone permanently, and most people are aware of this but do not act accordingly. They delay important decisions, they waste time on distractions, they postpone effort, assuming they will have more time later. And Stoicism challenges that assumption directly by reminding you that later is not guaranteed, and that awareness is meant to sharpen your priorities, to push you to focus on what actually matters rather than what is immediately comfortable or entertaining. And when you combine this with the discipline of controlling your actions, you start to build a life that is more intentional, less reactive, and more aligned with your values. And part of that process also involves letting go of the need for constant approval, because seeking validation from others puts your emotional state in their hands. And that is inherently unstable. People's opinions change. Expectations shift, and if your sense of worth depends on that, you will always feel uncertain. But when you shift your focus inward, toward your own standards and your own actions, you create a more stable reference point, one that you can rely on regardless of external feedback. And this does not mean ignoring others completely. It means not being controlled by them. It means listening when it is useful, but ultimately deciding based on reason rather than pressure. And over time, this reduces anxiety significantly, because you are no longer trying to manage how everyone sees you, which is an impossible task, and instead you are focused on managing how you act, which is entirely within your reach. And this internal focus also improves your relationships in a subtle but important way, because when you are not driven by ego or insecurity, you communicate more clearly, you react less defensively, and you are better able to handle disagreement without escalating it unnecessarily. And this creates more stable interactions, less conflict, and a stronger sense of control over your social environment. And all of this builds toward a central outcome of Stoicism, which is inner stability, the ability to remain composed and functional regardless of external conditions, not because life becomes easier, but because you become more capable, and that capability is built through consistent practice, through repeatedly choosing control over reaction, clarity over impulse, and discipline over comfort, until eventually it becomes your default way of operating rather than something you have to consciously force. And at that point, Stoicism is no longer something you are trying to apply. It is simply how you think and act. And when Stoicism reaches that level, when it stops being something you occasionally think about and becomes something you consistently live by, It begins to reshape not just how you respond to situations, but how you anticipate them. Because you start to see patterns more clearly. You recognize how often people are driven by impulse, fear, or ego. And instead of being surprised by that behavior, you expect it, which removes a large portion of frustration before it even begins. And this is one of the more advanced aspects of Stoic thinking, the idea that clarity is not just reactive but proactive. You are not waiting for things to go wrong so you can handle them well. You are preparing your mindset in advance so that when challenges appear, they do not disrupt your stability. And this preparation is not complicated. It is built on simple but consistent practices, such as reflecting on your day, identifying where you lost control of your reactions, where you acted out of impulse instead of reason, and then adjusting, not with guilt or self-criticism but with precision, treating your behavior almost like a system that can be optimized. And over time, this creates a feedback loop where you are constantly refining how you think and act. And that process gradually reduces the gap between who you are and who you are capable of being. And another important dimension of Stoicism at this stage is the understanding of desire. Because much of human dissatisfaction comes from wanting things to be different than they are, wanting more, wanting faster results, wanting recognition, wanting certainty. And while some level of desire is natural and even useful, uncontrolled desire leads to constant dissatisfaction because it keeps your focus on what is missing rather than what is present. And Stoicism addresses this by encouraging you to regulate your desires, not eliminate them entirely, but align them with reality. To want what is within your control and to approach everything else with flexibility rather than attachment. And this shift reduces the emotional volatility that comes from chasing outcomes that are never guaranteed, and instead allows you to experience a more stable sense of progress, because your satisfaction is tied to your effort and your actions rather than external results. And this is closely connected to the Stoic idea of living in accordance with nature, which in practical terms means understanding how reality operates and aligning your expectations with it, recognizing that change is constant, that setbacks are inevitable, that people will not always act rationally, and that uncertainty is a permanent condition. And instead of resisting these facts, you incorporate them into your thinking, which makes your responses more effective because they are based on how things actually are rather than how you wish they would be. And this alignment reduces friction in your life, not because problems disappear, but because you are no longer adding unnecessary resistance on top of them. And this is also where Stoicism intersects with a deeper sense of perspective. Because when you step back and look at your life over a longer time frame, many of the things that feel urgent or overwhelming in the moment lose their intensity. And this does not mean they are irrelevant, but it puts them in context. It prevents you from overreacting to temporary situations as if they define everything, and this perspective can be strengthened intentionally by reminding yourself of the scale of time, the fact that your life is limited, that the present moment is all you actually have control over, and that most worries about the future are projections rather than realities. And when you internalize this, you begin to act with more focus and less hesitation, because you are less distracted by hypothetical scenarios that may never occur, and more engaged with what is directly in front of you. And this presence is not passive. It is highly functional. It allows you to allocate your attention more efficiently, to execute tasks with greater precision, and to reduce the mental fragmentation that comes from constantly shifting between past regrets and future anxieties. And another critical aspect of advanced Stoic practice is the management of adversity, not just enduring it, but using it as a form of training. Because every difficult situation contains information about your current level of discipline, patience, and control. It exposes weaknesses in your thinking and behavior. And if you approach it correctly, it gives you the opportunity to strengthen those areas. And this requires a deliberate shift in attitude. Instead of viewing obstacles as interruptions, you begin to see them as part of the process, as necessary components of growth rather than deviations from it. And this mindset transforms how you experience difficulty. It does not make it pleasant, but it makes it purposeful, which reduces the sense of helplessness that often accompanies it. And at the same time, Stoicism places a strong emphasis on responsibility, the idea that regardless of circumstances, you are responsible for how you respond. And this is a demanding standard because it removes excuses. It does not allow you to blame your situation, other people, or external factors for your reactions. It brings the focus back to your own choices. And while that can feel uncomfortable, it is also what gives you control. Because if your state is determined entirely by external conditions, then you have very little influence over it. But if your state is determined by how you interpret and respond to those conditions, then you regain agency. And this is ultimately what Stoicism is building, a form of internal control that is not dependent on external stability. And this becomes especially valuable in unpredictable environments where outcomes cannot be guaranteed, because it allows you to operate effectively even when conditions are not ideal. And over time, this creates a kind of mental durability, the ability to absorb pressure without breaking, to adapt without losing direction, and to continue acting in alignment with your principles even when it is difficult. And this durability is not something that appears suddenly. It is built gradually through repeated exposure to challenges, consistent self-reflection, and a willingness to correct your own behavior. And as it develops, you begin to rely less on motivation and more on discipline, because motivation is inconsistent and often influenced by external factors, while discipline is something you can apply regardless of how you feel. And this shift is critical because it stabilizes your performance. It allows you to maintain progress even when conditions are not ideal, and it reduces the variability in your behavior that comes from acting only when you feel like it. And at this point, Stoicism becomes less about managing individual situations and more about establishing a consistent standard for how you operate across all situations, a standard based on clarity, control, and deliberate action. And once that standard is in place, your decisions become more straightforward because they are guided by principles rather than impulses. And this reduces internal conflict. It eliminates much of the hesitation that comes from uncertainty, and it allows you to move through life with a greater sense of direction and stability. And while this does not remove difficulty, it changes your relationship with it fundamentally, because instead of being something that disrupts you, difficulty becomes something you are equipped to handle, something that fits within your framework rather than something that breaks it. And that is the core outcome of Stoicism. Not perfection, not constant calm, but the ability to maintain control of yourself, to think clearly under pressure, and to act deliberately regardless of what is happening around you. And when you reach that point, you are no longer dependent on external conditions to feel stable. You carry that stability with you. And that is what gives Stoicism its lasting value. Because no matter how the external world changes, that internal foundation remains accessible, reliable, and entirely within your control. And once that internal foundation is firmly established, Stoicism begins to influence not just how you think and act, but how you interpret the entire structure of your life. Because you start to see that most people are operating in a constant state of reaction, pulled in different directions by trends, emotions, expectations, and impulses they have never fully examined. And this creates a kind of instability that they often mistake for normal. But from a Stoic perspective, it becomes clear that much of that instability is avoidable, not because life is controllable, but because the internal response to life can be trained, and this realization naturally leads to a higher standard for yourself, a refusal to drift through situations unconsciously, and instead a commitment to act with intention, even in small, seemingly insignificant moments, because Stoicism emphasizes that character is not built in rare, dramatic events, but in repeated, everyday decisions: how you respond when you are inconvenienced, how you behave when no one is watching, how you handle minor frustrations, delays, or discomforts. And these small moments accumulate. They reinforce patterns, and over time they define the baseline of your behavior. So the Stoic approach is to treat every moment as relevant, not equally important in outcome, but equally important in training. Because each moment is an opportunity to either reinforce discipline or weaken it, and this level of awareness can initially feel demanding, because it removes the comfort of acting on autopilot, but it also provides a level of control that most people never develop. And with that control comes efficiency, not just in action but in thought, because you begin to eliminate unnecessary mental noise. You stop replaying situations that cannot be changed. You stop overanalyzing outcomes that are uncertain. And instead you direct your attention toward what is actionable, what can be improved, what can be executed more effectively. And this shift significantly reduces cognitive overload, which in turn improves focus and decision-making. And as your thinking becomes more structured and deliberate, your actions follow the same pattern. They become less erratic, more consistent, and more aligned with long-term objectives rather than short-term impulses. And this consistency is one of the defining characteristics of Stoic practice. It is not about occasional bursts of discipline, but about maintaining a stable level of performance regardless of mood, environment, or external conditions. And this is particularly important because most external conditions are not under your control. And if your performance depends on them, it will always fluctuate. But if your performance is based on internal standards, then it becomes far more reliable. And this reliability builds trust, both in yourself and in how others perceive you, because you are no longer unpredictable, you are steady, you follow through, you act in accordance with your stated principles, and over time this creates a form of credibility that is not based on image but on behavior. And this is significant because it affects not only your personal development, but also your interactions with others. As people begin to recognize that your actions are not driven by impulse or external pressure, but by a consistent internal framework. And another important dimension that emerges at this stage is emotional regulation, not in the sense of suppressing emotions, but in understanding them, identifying their source, and preventing them from overriding your judgment. Because emotions are often fast and automatic, they arise before conscious thought. But Stoicism trains you to insert a layer of analysis between the emotion and the action, to acknowledge what you are feeling without immediately acting on it. And this creates a form of emotional stability that is highly functional. It allows you to remain composed in situations where others might react impulsively. And this composure is not passive. It is active control. It enables you to choose responses that are aligned with your objectives rather than reactions that simply discharge emotion without producing useful outcomes. And this becomes particularly valuable in high-pressure situations where clear thinking is essential. Because while others may become overwhelmed or reactive, you retain the ability to assess, decide, and act with precision. And over time, this reinforces your confidence, not as a belief, but as a demonstrated capability. Because you have repeatedly proven to yourself that you can maintain control under varying conditions, and this form of confidence is fundamentally different from external validation. It is not dependent on praise or recognition. It is built on evidence, on consistent behavior, on the knowledge that you can rely on yourself to act appropriately regardless of circumstances. And this internal reliability reduces anxiety significantly, because uncertainty about your own reactions is often a major source of stress. And when that uncertainty is removed, when you know that you will respond with discipline and clarity, the range of situations that feel threatening begins to shrink. And this does not mean you become indifferent to outcomes. It means you are less destabilized by them. You can engage fully without being controlled by the result, and this allows for a more effective allocation of effort, because you are focused on execution rather than speculation, on process rather than outcome. And this process-oriented mindset is one of the most practical advantages of Stoicism. It ensures that your energy is invested in areas that produce actual progress, rather than being dissipated on concerns that have no direct impact on your actions. And as this becomes your default mode of operation, you begin to experience a form of mental clarity that is difficult to achieve otherwise, a reduction in internal conflict, a more direct connection between intention and action, and a greater sense of control over your trajectory. And while external conditions will continue to change, sometimes unpredictably and sometimes unfavorably, your ability to navigate those conditions becomes increasingly stable, and this stability is not rigid. It is adaptive. It allows you to adjust your approach without losing your core principles, to respond to new information without becoming disoriented, and to maintain forward momentum even when progress is slower than expected. And this adaptability is critical because it prevents stagnation. It ensures that Stoicism does not become a fixed set of rules, but remains a flexible framework that can be applied across different contexts. And this flexibility, combined with discipline and clarity, creates a system that is both robust and practical, capable of handling a wide range of situations without breaking down. And ultimately, this is what Stoicism is designed to achieve: not a theoretical understanding of life, but a functional method for living it. A method that prioritizes control over reaction, clarity over confusion, and deliberate action over passive drift. And when applied consistently, it produces a level of stability, efficiency, and resilience that allows you to operate effectively regardless of external variability. And that is what gives it enduring relevance. Because while circumstances change, the need for control, clarity, and disciplined action remains constant, and Stoicism addresses that need directly, without unnecessary complexity, by focusing on what is fundamental, what is within your control, and what can be trained through consistent effort. And once that training becomes part of how you operate, the philosophy is no longer something external that you apply occasionally. It becomes integrated into your thinking, your decisions, and your behavior, shaping the way you engage with the world at every level, from minor daily interactions to major life challenges. And at that point, Stoicism is no longer something you are learning, it is something you are living. And as you continue living Stoicism, the perspective it cultivates starts to extend into every corner of your life, transforming not just how you react to immediate events, but how you approach long-term planning, relationships, and personal development. Because once you accept that external events are largely beyond your control, your focus naturally shifts to the internal domain where your actions, your thoughts, and your character can be shaped intentionally. And this shift fundamentally changes the way you engage with the world, making your decisions more deliberate, your priorities clearer, and your life more aligned with your own values rather than with the ever-shifting expectations of others. And one of the first noticeable effects of this shift is a reduction in unnecessary anxiety and frustration. Because so much of what we experience as stress comes from wanting life to be different than it is, from resisting reality rather than responding to it. But when you adopt the Stoic framework, you learn to distinguish between what can be influenced and what cannot, and you focus your energy entirely on the former, which immediately frees up cognitive and emotional resources that were previously wasted. And this efficiency carries over into all areas of life, making problem-solving more precise, planning more realistic, and interactions with others more stable. Because you are no longer reacting impulsively to circumstances or trying to force outcomes beyond your control, and this internal stability begins to compound over time. Because as you repeatedly exercise self-control, rational judgment, and disciplined action, these patterns become stronger, forming the foundation of a resilient mind, a mind capable of handling uncertainty, setbacks, and pressure without crumbling. And at this stage, the Stoic mindset also enhances your capacity for long-term strategic thinking, because you are less distracted by fleeting emotional reactions or short-term frustrations, and more able to consider consequences, probabilities, and the broader context of your decisions, which allows you to act in ways that are more effective over time. And as this strategic perspective develops, you also start to notice the importance of habituation in Stoic practice. Because philosophy is not merely a set of ideas but a lived experience, and its power comes from repeated application, from making deliberate choices that reinforce the mindset day after day. Whether that is choosing patience in minor irritations, responding rationally in conflicts, or maintaining focus when conditions are unfavorable. And these repeated choices strengthen the connection between your intentions and your actions, gradually creating a self-sustaining cycle in which disciplined thought naturally leads to disciplined behavior, and disciplined behavior reinforces disciplined thought, producing a sense of internal coherence and integrity that is rare in a world dominated by distraction, impulsivity, and reactive behavior. And this integrity is deeply stabilizing because it provides a clear internal reference point. You know what you stand for, you know how you act, and you know that even when circumstances are unpredictable, your internal framework remains reliable, and this reliability becomes a source of confidence that is different from conventional confidence, which often depends on external validation or fluctuating success. Instead, Stoic confidence is rooted in competence, self-knowledge, and the assurance that you can navigate whatever comes your way because your mindset is structured to handle uncertainty, adversity, and change. And this form of confidence is deeply freeing because it reduces the need to control or manipulate external conditions, people, or outcomes in order to feel secure. And as a result, your interactions with others also transform because you are less reactive to provocation, less dependent on praise, and less swayed by social pressures. And this allows you to communicate more clearly, make fairer assessments, and act with greater equanimity in relationships, both personal and professional. And over time, this equanimity extends even to major life challenges, such as career setbacks, health issues, or personal losses, because the foundation of your stability is internal, not external. And you have trained yourself to respond rationally and deliberately, rather than being driven by panic, fear, or uncontrolled emotion. And as this capability deepens, it also allows for a profound sense of gratitude and appreciation for the present moment, because Stoicism emphasizes the impermanence of all things and the importance of valuing what is within reach now rather than endlessly longing for what might be lost or unattainable. And this appreciation is not sentimental or passive, but active and grounded, focused on recognizing the value of your relationships, your work, your health, and your experiences in the present. And because you are less caught up in comparison or desire, your enjoyment of life becomes more stable and less dependent on external circumstances, which further strengthens your resilience and mental stability. And all of this reinforces a core Stoic insight that the quality of life is determined not by external events but by the state of the mind. And when you cultivate a mind that is disciplined, rational, resilient, and aligned with virtue, you create a form of flourishing that is largely immune to the chaos and unpredictability of the world around you. And this flourishing is not a fantasy or theoretical ideal, but a practical reality that emerges from consistent practice, reflection, and deliberate action. And it manifests in a life where challenges are met with composure, setbacks are met with analysis and adaptation, and successes are experienced without attachment or vanity. And at this stage, the Stoic practitioner begins to operate with a level of internal freedom and clarity that most people never experience, because they are no longer controlled by circumstance, by emotion, or by the whims of fortune, but instead navigate life from a place of reasoned judgment, steady discipline, and purposeful action. And this mastery over one's own mind and behavior becomes the defining feature of a Stoic life, the ultimate goal of the philosophy. Not the elimination of difficulty, not the suppression of emotion, but the development of an enduring, self-reliant, and adaptable mind capable of engaging fully with reality. And this is why Stoicism has persisted for over 2 millennia, because it addresses the fundamental challenges of human life: uncertainty, adversity, desire, fear, and provides a clear, practical framework for cultivating resilience, clarity, and freedom, allowing a person not only to survive in a complex and unpredictable world, but to thrive with purpose, integrity, and equanimity. And as you continue on this path, applying these principles consistently, reflecting on your behavior, training your reactions, and aligning your actions with reason and virtue, you gradually move toward the highest expression of Stoicism, a life lived with internal mastery, clarity of purpose, and the ability to face whatever the world presents with calm, deliberate, and confident action. And as this internal mastery develops further, you start to notice subtle but profound changes in how you perceive difficulty and success, because Stoicism trains you to disentangle your sense of self from outcomes, meaning that whether a project succeeds or fails, whether someone appreciates your effort or criticizes it, whether life unfolds according to plan or throws unexpected obstacles at you, your fundamental stability remains intact. And this detachment from outcomes is not apathy or indifference. It is a practical recalibration that allows you to act fully and energetically without being enslaved by fear, desire, or external approval, which in turn increases both your effectiveness and your satisfaction, because you are no longer wasting energy on what cannot be controlled. And this clarity extends to your values and priorities, as Stoicism emphasizes that a life worth living is guided by reason, virtue, and purposeful action rather than by pursuit of pleasure, avoidance of discomfort, or accumulation of superficial success. And by internalizing this perspective, you begin to recognize which activities, relationships, and goals genuinely contribute to your growth and well-being, and which are distractions or sources of unnecessary stress. And this discernment allows you to simplify your life, focus your energy on what matters most, and reduce the constant internal friction caused by conflicting desires, social pressure, or reactive impulses. And at the same time, you develop a greater tolerance for unpredictability and adversity, because you understand that suffering, disappointment, and challenge are inherent aspects of existence and not punishments or anomalies. And when you accept this as a basic fact of life, you are no longer surprised or destabilized by it, but instead respond with rationality, problem-solving, and composure. And this is where Stoicism becomes transformative in a practical sense, because it equips you to navigate both everyday inconveniences and major crises with the same underlying principles, ensuring that your mental and emotional resources are not exhausted unnecessarily. And this consistency of approach reinforces itself over time, as repeated exposure to difficulty strengthens your resilience, hones your judgment, and deepens your understanding of what is within your control, while also teaching patience, humility, and the limits of influence. And in doing so, it prevents overreaction, impulsivity, and the unnecessary escalation of conflict, whether internal or external. And this does not make life predictable, but it makes you predictable in a reliable, disciplined sense, as someone whose responses are deliberate, consistent, and aligned with long-term principles rather than fleeting emotion. And as this framework matures, it also fosters a profound sense of freedom, because true freedom is not the ability to manipulate every aspect of your environment, but the ability to remain composed, rational, and purposeful regardless of the environment. And this freedom allows for genuine creativity, decisive action, and meaningful engagement with life, because you are no longer constrained by fear, impatience, or the desire for external validation, and you can focus entirely on action that is guided by reason and virtue, which is the most reliable path to long-term fulfillment. And alongside this freedom, Stoicism cultivates clarity of perspective on time and mortality, because repeated reflection on the impermanence of life and the inevitability of death sharpens your priorities, increases your appreciation for the present, and motivates deliberate engagement with each moment, preventing procrastination and frivolous distractions, and reinforcing the idea that every choice matters, because each moment that passes cannot be recovered. And when you integrate this awareness into daily practice, you are more likely to act intentionally, invest your energy wisely, and maintain focus on the things that genuinely contribute to growth, virtue, and well-being. And this disciplined focus also has a stabilizing effect on relationships, because when you are clear on your values, consistent in your behavior, and free from the constant sway of fear, desire, or social pressure, You interact with others more authentically, communicate more effectively, and respond to conflicts or criticism with equanimity, which reduces unnecessary tension and fosters deeper, more reliable connections. And over time, this combination of internal control, disciplined action, clarity of values, and acceptance of reality produces what can only be described as a durable mental and emotional resilience, a state in which you are capable of engaging with the world fully, decisively, and purposefully without being tossed around by the unpredictable currents of circumstance or emotion. And this resilience is not theoretical, it is functional. It manifests in your ability to handle stress, adapt to change, make rational decisions under pressure, and maintain consistent progress toward meaningful goals, even in the face of difficulty, uncertainty, or adversity. And as this resilience becomes ingrained, you also develop a heightened sense of judgment. Because the mind trained in Stoic discipline is better able to identify what is truly important, what is within its control, and what is irrelevant, which allows you to allocate your time, attention, and effort with increasing precision. And this efficiency compounds over time, because each day of deliberate action reinforces your habits, sharpens your reasoning, and strengthens your emotional stability, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of improvement. And at this stage, Stoicism is no longer merely a set of practices or intellectual principles. It becomes an integrated framework for life, a mental operating system that governs thought, action, and response in a coherent, disciplined, and resilient manner. And through this integration, the practitioner achieves a level of independence and freedom from external chaos that most people never experience, because their well-being remains largely dependent on circumstances, people, and outcomes. Whereas the Stoics' well-being is anchored internally, grounded in self-knowledge, disciplined action, and rational assessment. And this internal anchoring allows for greater serenity, focus, and effectiveness in all endeavors, from personal growth and career development to relationships and social engagement. And it also provides a profound sense of dignity and agency, because the Stoic recognizes that while they cannot control the world, they can control themselves, and in that control lies the true source of power, fulfillment, and stability. And as this perspective is maintained consistently, it fosters a life that is both deeply resilient and profoundly meaningful, one in which challenges are navigated with clarity, success is approached without attachment, and each moment is engaged intentionally, fully, and in alignment with reason and virtue. And this is the ultimate promise of Stoicism. Not that life becomes easy, or painless, or free from uncertainty, but that the individual develops the capacity to meet life exactly as it is, with composure, insight, and purposeful action, creating a durable, self-reliant, and adaptable mind capable of flourishing in any circumstance. And through this practice, the Stoic transforms the ordinary experience of life into a disciplined, intentional, and resilient journey, where the power to act, think, and respond is cultivated internally and becomes the defining foundation of existence, providing freedom, clarity, and mastery regardless of what external reality presents. And as you continue to live through this framework, the Stoic understanding of life deepens further, revealing that the practice is not merely about handling difficulty or achieving personal resilience, but about cultivating a holistic mastery of thought, action, and perception that integrates seamlessly into every aspect of existence. Because Stoicism teaches that the mind is the source of both suffering and freedom, and by training it to respond with reason, clarity, and discipline, you are not only reducing unnecessary turmoil, but also enhancing your ability to act purposefully in alignment with your values, which produces a life of coherence and integrity. And this coherence is visible in the way decisions are made, small or large, because each choice is evaluated against an internal standard of virtue and rationality, rather than fleeting emotion or external pressure. And over time, this internal standard becomes increasingly automatic, creating what can be called a practical wisdom that governs both judgment and behavior. And with this wisdom comes a heightened awareness of the impermanence and unpredictability of external circumstances, which reinforces the Stoic principle of focusing entirely on what is within your control, your thoughts, your actions, your responses, and treating everything else with measured acceptance rather than resistance. And this acceptance does not imply passivity. It is an active recognition that allows for effective engagement with the world, because effort is concentrated where it can produce meaningful results rather than dissipated on uncontrollable factors. And as this principle is applied consistently, it produces not only resilience but also a refined sense of judgment and perspective, because the mind trained in Stoic discipline learns to evaluate situations dispassionately, to recognize what is relevant and what is not, to act decisively without being overwhelmed by emotion, and to maintain clarity of purpose under stress, which in turn strengthens confidence, not the fragile confidence dependent on outcomes or approval, but a stable confidence rooted in demonstrated competence, self-knowledge, and repeated practice. And as this confidence solidifies, it also enhances patience and tolerance, because the Stoic understands that the flow of events cannot always be controlled, that people will act irrationally, that plans will be disrupted, and that delays and setbacks are inevitable. And rather than reacting impulsively or with frustration, the Stoic engages these events as opportunities to exercise judgment, adaptability, and discipline. And through this repeated engagement, the practitioner develops a mind that is calm, attentive, and resilient under pressure, capable of seeing through superficial distractions to what truly matters, and this capacity extends into long-term planning. Because the Stoic is able to anticipate challenges, evaluate probabilities, and make decisions with a clear understanding of what can be influenced and what cannot, avoiding wasted effort on outcomes that lie beyond their control. And this long-term clarity is complemented by a deep appreciation for the present moment, because Stoicism teaches that life is finite, that time passes irrevocably, and that meaningful engagement occurs in the present. So the practitioner cultivates a focus on deliberate action here and now, rather than endless worry about the future or fixation on the past. And this temporal awareness enhances intentionality, ensuring that each moment is invested purposefully, aligning effort with values and avoiding distraction by trivialities or fleeting impulses. And this alignment strengthens resilience further, because when challenges inevitably arise, the Stoic's energy is focused on navigating them effectively rather than being wasted on panic, complaint, or futile attempts to control the uncontrollable. And this ability to act effectively under pressure produces a deep and practical freedom, because the Stoic is not enslaved to circumstances, emotions, or social expectations, but rather retains autonomy over thought, judgment, and action, which are the true sources of agency and power. And as this internal freedom develops, it also reshapes relationships and social engagement, because the Stoic interacts from a place of composure, rationality, and authenticity, responding to others thoughtfully rather than reactively, which reduces conflict, enhances communication, and allows for more stable, mutually respectful interactions. And as these principles are extended over time, they contribute not only to personal resilience and clarity, but also to a more meaningful and impactful life, because every action, decision, and interaction is informed by deliberate thought, internal discipline, and alignment with virtue. And this is the essence of Stoicism in practice, a systematic cultivation of the mind and character that produces a durable, adaptable, and internally anchored way of living, capable of maintaining equanimity under pressure, acting decisively and purposefully, and appreciating both the challenges and the fleeting gifts of life with clarity and intention. And through persistent application, reflection, and refinement, this framework transforms the ordinary experience of life into a disciplined, coherent, and resilient journey, where the practitioner is not merely surviving, but actively engaging with reality in a way that is rational, deliberate, and aligned with enduring principles, achieving the central promise of Stoicism: mastery over oneself, clarity of mind, freedom from the unnecessary tyranny of external circumstances, and the capacity to live a life of virtue, purpose, and equanimity regardless of the unpredictability inherent in existence. And in this state, life becomes not a series of reactions to events beyond control, but a continuous exercise in thoughtful, deliberate action, an intentional shaping of character and perception, and a sustained cultivation of resilience, clarity, and practical wisdom, where each day is an opportunity to strengthen the internal foundation that allows for true stability and flourishing, creating a mind and life capable of meeting reality with composure, insight, and purposeful engagement, consistently applying the principles of reason, virtue, and disciplined action, and ultimately transforming the human experience into one guided by mastery over self rather than over circumstances, by clarity over confusion, and by deliberate, principled action over reactive impulse. And through this ongoing practice, the Stoic emerges as someone who can navigate the uncertainties, difficulties, and opportunities of life with a stable, resilient, and purpose-driven mindset, embodying the timeless wisdom of a philosophy that has endured for over 2 millennia, because it addresses the unchanging realities of human existence. The need for internal control, rational judgment, resilience under pressure, and the deliberate cultivation of virtue as the foundation for a meaningful, stable, and flourishing life. Taoism is not a philosophy that tells you to conquer the world or to control every aspect of your life. Rather, it is a philosophy of alignment, of observing the natural flow of reality and learning to move with it rather than against it. And this begins with understanding the concept of the Tao itself, which can be translated loosely as the way. But it is not a road or a set of instructions in the conventional sense. It is the underlying pattern, the fundamental principle that governs the universe, the rhythm that underlies all change and all phenomena. And the first insight Taoism offers is that resisting this natural flow creates struggle, frustration, and disharmony, while moving in accordance with it produces ease, balance, and effectiveness. And this is not a prescription for laziness or passivity. It is a guide to discerning what is essential and what is superfluous, to acting in a way that is aligned with the nature of things rather than against it. And this principle is expressed most directly in the idea of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action. But this translation can be misleading if taken literally, because Wu Wei is not about doing nothing. It is about acting without forcing, without unnecessary effort, without imposing artificial structures on a situation that is already moving in its natural pattern. And the Taoist sees the difference between action that flows and action that conflicts, between behavior that is harmonious with the way things are and behavior that is imposed upon reality from ego, desire, or fear. And mastering this distinction requires observation, patience, and subtlety, because much of the time, human life is dominated by striving, pushing, and resisting, and this is precisely what Taoism seeks to minimize, not by eliminating effort but by optimizing it, by aligning effort with the currents of life, so that action produces results naturally rather than through friction. And this principle applies to everything, from decision-making to relationships, from personal growth to navigating societal expectations, because the Taoist perspective emphasizes understanding the patterns of life and responding appropriately rather than trying to impose rigid control or forcing outcomes to match a preconceived notion. And at the heart of this practice is attentiveness to balance, because Taoism consistently emphasizes harmony between opposites, recognizing that life is composed of dualities, light and dark, strong and weak, active and passive, growth and decay, and that true effectiveness comes from integrating these opposites rather than privileging one over the other. And this is expressed in the concept of yin and yang, not as static categories, but as dynamic, interdependent forces that are constantly shifting, complementing, and transforming into one another. And when a person understands and respects these patterns, they can navigate situations with greater flexibility, seeing where softness can achieve what force cannot, where patience can produce results faster than aggression, and where letting go creates opportunities that clinging would block. And this is why Taoist wisdom often emphasizes simplicity, subtlety, and observation, because the world is complex, but complexity is often the result of human interference rather than inherent reality. And by returning to simplicity, by observing patterns rather than imposing unnecessary structure, the Taoist cultivates clarity, calm, and effectiveness. And this clarity is not achieved through intellectual analysis alone, but through experience, reflection, and deliberate practice. Because understanding the Tao is less about acquiring facts and more about perceiving the underlying flow of life and learning to align with it in every decision and action. And one of the first practical manifestations of this approach is in decision-making. The Taoist does not cling rigidly to plans or expectations, because the flow of life is unpredictable and rigid attachment creates friction. But neither do they act haphazardly, because alignment requires attentiveness, sensitivity, and responsiveness. So they cultivate the ability to act spontaneously but skillfully, responding to the present moment with awareness of the patterns and currents that influence it. And this requires patience, because spontaneous skill emerges from a deep understanding of rhythm, timing, and balance, which can only be developed over sustained observation and experience. And as this skill develops, the Taoist begins to recognize the limitations of control, realizing that attempting to dominate life or bend it entirely to one's will often results in resistance, failure, and exhaustion, whereas attuning to the Tao, moving with it rather than against it, allows effort to be multiplied naturally, achieving results with less struggle. And this principle applies equally to personal growth, relationships, and social interaction, because forcing oneself, others, or situations often leads to conflict, stress, and disharmony, whereas subtle guidance, responsiveness, and flexible adjustment produce smoother, more sustainable outcomes. And alongside this understanding comes a deeper appreciation for naturalness, the idea that life unfolds most effectively when it is allowed to be itself, rather than being constrained by artificial rules, rigid expectations, or excessive planning. And this is reflected in Taoist teachings about spontaneity, humility, and acceptance, because true alignment is not imposed externally but discovered internally, through quiet observation, reflection, and a willingness to let go of ego-driven striving. And as this internal alignment deepens, the practitioner begins to experience a sense of harmony that permeates daily life, reducing friction in thought, action, and perception, because the Taoist no longer reacts reflexively to events or imposes unnecessary resistance, but instead perceives the tendencies of situations and chooses responses that are natural, effective, and unobstructed. And this is further reinforced by Taoist attention to flexibility, recognizing that rigidity is the source of much suffering and difficulty, whereas adaptability, like water, can navigate obstacles effortlessly, finding the path of least resistance while still maintaining purpose. And this metaphor of water is central to Taoism, because water is soft yet powerful, yielding yet persistent, and it moves around obstacles without clinging or resisting. And a person who embodies this principle in thought, action, and attitude develops resilience, patience, and effectiveness, because they are able to navigate complexity without unnecessary struggle, maintain composure under pressure, and act in alignment with the natural currents of life. And as these qualities strengthen, they begin to permeate all aspects of existence, influencing relationships, work, health, and personal development, because a Taoist mind operates from attunement, responsiveness, and effortless skill, rather than from coercion, compulsion, or overexertion. And this attunement produces clarity of perception, because when the mind is not clouded by excessive striving, attachment, or fear, patterns emerge more clearly, and insight becomes more readily available, guiding decisions and actions toward outcomes that are both effective and harmonious. And over time, this habitual alignment with the Tao cultivates a life of subtle power, resilience, and serenity, because the practitioner is no longer trapped in conflict with circumstances or themselves, but is able to move fluidly through challenges, responding appropriately to each situation as it arises, integrating opposites, balancing forces, and allowing action to emerge naturally from observation and understanding. And this is the essence of Taoist practice. Cultivating awareness, alignment, flexibility, and effortless action so that life is engaged fully and effectively, without unnecessary struggle, friction, or force, and through consistent application. This approach transforms ordinary existence into a dynamic flow of purposeful, harmonious action, in which the practitioner experiences a profound sense of ease, clarity, and connectedness with the natural currents of reality, embodying the Tao not as a set of rigid rules, but as a living, experiential path of integration, responsiveness, and attuned action. And as the Taoist journey continues, the focus deepens from simply observing and flowing with life toward embodying the principles of the Tao in every aspect of being, because true Taoist practice is not merely intellectual or external. It is fully experiential, integrating mind, body, and spirit into a coherent whole that operates in harmony with natural patterns. And one of the core insights here is that the Tao cannot be forced, named, or fully grasped by rational thought alone. It is understood through experience, intuition, and alignment, which requires cultivating stillness, sensitivity, and attentiveness to subtle currents in both the external world and internal awareness. And this is where Taoist disciplines such as meditation, breathing practices, and mindful movement come into play, because they train the practitioner to perceive the flow of life more clearly, to recognize patterns that would otherwise be overlooked, and to respond with fluidity rather than reaction. And over time, these practices reinforce the fundamental Taoist principle that effortful struggle is often counterproductive, while responsiveness, timing, and attuned action produce results with minimal friction. And this is expressed across Taoist teachings on governance, personal conduct, and health, emphasizing that balance, harmony, and non-coercion are central to effectiveness, whether in guiding a community, navigating relationships, or managing one's own body and energy. And another crucial aspect of Taoism is the integration of opposites through yin and yang, which teaches that all things contain complementary forces that are dynamic and interdependent, and that mastery involves recognizing when to be soft or strong, when to act and when to yield, when to speak and when to remain silent, and when to move versus when to pause, because these dualities are not conflicting but complementary, and understanding their interaction allows for strategic, effortless action. Much like water flowing around a rock, it does not resist, it does not force, it finds the path that accomplishes the purpose naturally, and applying this to human life transforms ordinary challenges into opportunities for flexible, adaptive response, fostering a kind of resilience that is not rigid or brittle but supple, capable of enduring change without breaking. And this adaptability is mirrored in Taoist approaches to health and energy, where practices such as Qigong, Tai Chi, and controlled breathing cultivate the flow of vital energy, or qi, throughout the body, harmonizing mind and body so that action, perception, and vitality are aligned. And just as a tree bends with the wind rather than snapping, a person who cultivates internal flow can navigate adversity and stress without being overwhelmed, because the mind and body are coordinated with natural patterns, producing strength through softness, responsiveness through stillness, and effectiveness through subtlety. And this principle also informs Taoist ethics, which emphasize humility, simplicity, and non-contention, because moral and social effectiveness is not achieved through force, aggression, or rigid control, but through living in harmony with natural tendencies, responding appropriately to others, and cultivating virtues such as compassion, patience, and moderation, which naturally produce trust, stability, and influence without coercion. And this approach reframes the idea of power entirely, because true power in Taoism is power aligned with the Tao, not power imposed through domination, ego, or relentless striving. And this power manifests as calm authority, natural leadership, and the ability to act decisively yet unobtrusively, influencing outcomes by understanding currents and responding with subtlety, rather than attempting to control every variable. And as this understanding deepens, the Taoist recognizes that much of human suffering stems from attachment, resistance, and artificial desire because when one insists on outcomes, clings to status, or resists the natural course of events, friction arises, creating tension in the mind, body, and environment. Whereas practicing detachment, flexibility, and acceptance does not mean passivity. It means choosing where to act intentionally and where to yield wisely, allowing life to unfold with minimal interference while still shaping circumstances subtly and effectively. And this distinction between passive resignation and responsive action is critical in Taoist thought because it defines the difference between harmonious flow and unnecessary struggle. And mastering this distinction requires ongoing practice, reflection, and attentiveness, because the Tao is subtle and often invisible to those who are caught in the noise of striving, ambition, and ego. And as sensitivity to these subtleties increases, the practitioner learns to perceive patterns that guide timing, effort, and intervention, producing outcomes that seem effortless but are grounded in deep awareness and alignment. And this awareness extends to understanding the interconnectedness of all things, because Taoism teaches that nothing exists in isolation, that every action, thought, and event is part of a larger web of cause and effect. And recognizing these connections allows for action that is minimally intrusive, maximally effective, and in harmony with the broader flow of life. Because the Taoist seeks not to impose personal will arbitrarily, but to move within the currents of relationships, systems, and natural forces in ways that are beneficial and non-disruptive. And this holistic perspective also cultivates equanimity, because when one perceives the interdependent nature of existence, the rise and fall of fortune, success and failure, gain and loss are understood as natural cycles, not personal affronts or permanent conditions. And responding with equanimity reduces suffering, stabilizes emotion, and enhances the capacity for skillful, timely action. And over time, the Taoist develops a deep embodied sense of timing, knowing when to act and when to refrain, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to push and when to yield, which produces a life of subtle mastery, resilience, and effectiveness, because the practitioner no longer struggles blindly against the flow of life, but moves with it, guided by sensitivity, awareness, and harmony. And this is expressed not only in personal conduct but in leadership, creativity, and problem-solving, because the Taoist approach favors solutions that are aligned, flexible, and minimally forceful, rather than aggressive, controlling, or reactionary. And in every domain, this produces outcomes that are natural, sustainable, and balanced, reinforcing the principle that the Tao operates most efficiently when interference is minimized and effort is aligned with natural patterns. And ultimately, the practice of Taoism cultivates a mind and life that are coherent, resilient, and flowing, where challenges are navigated smoothly, desires are moderated, actions are purposeful and harmonious, and perception is attuned to the subtleties of the world, producing a continuous state of integration, clarity, and adaptive wisdom. And through this ongoing practice, the Taoist learns to live in harmony with the unfolding of reality, producing a life of effortless effectiveness, subtle power, and serene balance, where one acts fully yet unobtrusively, responds to change without resistance, and engages the world with clarity, flexibility, and deep alignment with the natural order of things, embodying the Tao not as a concept, but as a lived, flowing experience that integrates mind, body, and action into a seamless, harmonious whole. And as the Taoist journey deepens, the focus moves beyond mere observation and alignment to the cultivation of inner harmony and spontaneity, because Taoism emphasizes that the most effective action arises naturally from a mind and body that are balanced, receptive, and integrated. And this requires ongoing practice in attuning oneself to the rhythms of life, observing without judgment, and responding without unnecessary effort. And one of the central techniques for achieving this state is the cultivation of stillness, which is not mere passivity but a form of active receptivity, a quiet attentiveness that allows the practitioner to perceive subtle patterns, energy flows, and opportunities that are invisible to a mind cluttered by ambition, worry, or overthinking. And through this stillness, Insight arises spontaneously, guiding action in ways that are precise, efficient, and harmonious. Because the Taoist recognizes that forcing action or overanalyzing situations often produces friction, whereas allowing responses to emerge naturally, grounded in perception and attunement, produces results that are effortless yet powerful. And this principle is applied across all dimensions of life, from personal decision-making to relationships, work, and creative expression, because in every domain, the flow of circumstances can be navigated more effectively when the practitioner moves in concert with the underlying currents rather than against them. And Taoist texts repeatedly emphasize the value of flexibility and softness, using the metaphor of water as the ultimate teacher. Water is gentle, yielding, and adaptable, yet it can erode rock over time, reach every space, and accomplish its purpose without force. And the Taoist seeks to embody this principle in thought, behavior, and strategy, cultivating a presence that is responsive, patient, and effective. And this extends to understanding human interactions, because people are complex, and attempting to control, dominate, or impose rigid expectations often leads to resistance, conflict, and wasted energy. Whereas a Taoist approach that combines observation, attunement, and subtle guidance can achieve influence and harmony without coercion. And this subtle influence is far more durable and effective than brute force, because it works with the natural tendencies of individuals and circumstances rather than against them. And in this way, Taoism teaches that true power is not aggressive, but responsive, not imposed, but emergent from understanding, alignment, and skillful engagement. And this understanding is deeply connected to the Taoist view of yin and yang, which are complementary, interdependent forces that exist in all phenomena. And the practitioner learns to recognize the balance of these forces, understanding when to yield, when to assert, when to act, and when to refrain, because the effectiveness of action is determined not by rigidity but by appropriate adaptation to changing conditions. And as sensitivity to these dualities develops, the Taoist gains an intuitive sense of timing and proportion, knowing not only what action to take but when and how to take it, which produces outcomes that seem effortless yet are the result of subtle perception and deep alignment. And this skill is cultivated through consistent reflection, observation, and practice, because the Tao is subtle, and mastery requires patience, repeated experience, and awareness of patterns that are often invisible to the untrained mind. And as this attunement matures, the practitioner also develops a deep sense of simplicity and minimalism, because Taoism teaches that unnecessary complexity, overstriving, and attachment generate friction and suffering, whereas simplicity, both in thought and action, produces clarity, efficiency, and harmony. And in practical terms, this means focusing on essentials, avoiding excessive desires, and approaching life with moderation, humility, and intentionality. And this simplicity is mirrored in Taoist approaches to health and vitality, which emphasize balance in nutrition, movement, and energy cultivation, integrating practices such as Qigong, Tai Chi, and meditative breathing to harmonize the flow of qi, or vital energy, throughout the body, thereby producing resilience, vitality, and coordination between mind and body. And just as water flows naturally around obstacles, the Taoist learns to allow energy, intention, and action to flow unimpeded, producing results with minimal effort yet maximal effectiveness. And this approach extends to creativity, problem-solving, and strategic thinking, because by observing patterns and aligning action with them, the Taoist can anticipate outcomes, act at the optimal moment, and resolve challenges with subtlety and efficiency, rather than through brute force or rigid planning. And over time, these practices cultivate equanimity, because the practitioner develops a perspective in which success and failure, gain and loss, pleasure and pain are understood as natural aspects of life rather than sources of destabilization. And this equanimity allows for calm, deliberate, and skillful responses under pressure, producing a mind that is stable, resilient, and responsive in the face of change, uncertainty, and adversity. And as this equanimity is integrated with attentiveness, flexibility, and alignment, the Taoist experiences a profound sense of freedom, because life is no longer experienced as a series of struggles against circumstance, but as a flowing engagement with reality in which effort, action, and perception are harmonized. And this freedom is not passive or detached, but active, aware, and effective, allowing the practitioner to navigate complexity, cultivate skill, and live in harmony with both natural and social systems, producing a life that is not only resilient but deeply coherent, responsive, and meaningful. And as the Taoist continues to cultivate these qualities, they begin to embody the Tao fully, moving through life with effortless skill, adaptive power, and serene balance, responding to challenges with insight, engaging opportunities with clarity, and interacting with others with subtlety, compassion, and effectiveness, because the Taoist mind is attuned to the natural currents of existence, perceives the interdependence of all things, and acts in alignment with both the flow of reality and the principles of balance, yielding, and harmonious action. And ultimately, Taoism becomes less a set of teachings and more a live, dynamic way of being, in which perception, thought, and action are integrated into a continuous flow, producing a life that is adaptive, resilient, and harmonious, where obstacles are navigated fluidly, desires are moderated, responses are skillful, and presence is fully aligned with the natural order of things, embodying the Tao not as a doctrine but as a practical, flowing intelligence that permeates every moment, decision, and action. And as the Taoist path unfolds further, attention naturally shifts to the practical applications of Taoist principles in daily life. Because while understanding the Tao intellectually is useful, its true power lies in how it shapes perception, action, and interaction with the world. And one of the first areas where Taoism demonstrates its practicality is in relationships, where the principles of flow, softness, and non-contention are applied to reduce friction, enhance harmony, and cultivate mutual responsiveness, because most interpersonal conflict arises from rigidity, ego, and attempts to force outcomes, whereas Taoism emphasizes observing the dynamics of others, yielding where appropriate, speaking and acting with timing and subtlety, and allowing relationships to develop organically rather than trying to control them artificially. And this does not mean passivity. It means engaging with awareness, aligning one's actions with natural tendencies, and influencing situations indirectly through presence, example, and measured action. And this approach produces stability, trust, and reciprocity over time, because people respond naturally to attunement, patience, and understanding, rather than to pressure, demand, or coercion. And in this context, Taoist wisdom often highlights the importance of non-contention, because attempting to dominate, argue, or compete unnecessarily is seen as misalignment with the natural flow, whereas yielding strategically, listening deeply, and responding subtly often achieves outcomes more effectively than force. And this principle can be extended to leadership, because Taoist leaders, unlike authoritarian figures, exercise influence by aligning with the natural tendencies of the people and circumstances they guide, facilitating rather than forcing action. And through this approach, the Taoist leader produces results that are sustainable, harmonious, and self-reinforcing, because people act willingly rather than under compulsion, creating a collective flow of action that is coherent, balanced, and productive. And this principle also informs Taoist approaches to creativity and problem-solving, because solutions that arise from understanding patterns, observing dynamics, and working with the natural tendencies of a situation are far more effective than those imposed rigidly or designed through sheer force of will. And this requires cultivating attentiveness, patience, and sensitivity, because insight emerges when the mind is calm, receptive, and unburdened by excessive striving. And when ideas flow naturally from observation rather than being forced, outcomes are often more elegant, simple, and aligned with the reality of the system. And in this way, Taoism teaches that true innovation and skillful action are effortless yet precise, arising from alignment with underlying patterns rather than from brute effort. And this extends to the Taoist approach to personal growth and self-cultivation, because the Taoist recognizes that life is a dynamic process, that change is constant, and that the self develops most effectively when it is attuned to natural rhythms, cultivating strength, flexibility, awareness, and balance rather than attempting to rigidly impose an artificial ideal. And practices such as meditation, breathwork, physical movement, and reflection are tools to harmonize mind, body, and energy, enhancing perception, responsiveness, and vitality, because a coherent internal state produces coherent action in the world, allowing the practitioner to flow with challenges rather than resist them, to act decisively yet subtly, and to maintain equilibrium amid change. And this perspective also reshapes the Taoist view of health and longevity, which emphasizes balance in all areas of life: rest and activity, nourishment and moderation, mental clarity and emotional calm, because vitality is seen as a natural expression of harmony, and the Taoist understands that forcing or overstraining the body, mind, or spirit leads to imbalance, stagnation, or depletion, whereas rhythm, moderation, and attunement sustain energy and resilience over the long term. And Taoist practices such as Qigong, Tai Chi, and mindful breathing cultivate the flow of Qi, aligning the body with natural rhythms, producing strength, flexibility, and resilience. And as this alignment deepens, the practitioner experiences ease in movement, clarity of mind, and integration of action and perception, because the body becomes a responsive instrument for action that is attuned to the currents of the external world, allowing for fluid, effective, and harmonious engagement in all aspects of life. And the Taoist also applies these principles to time management and decision-making, because understanding flow and timing is crucial to effective action, and recognizing when to act, when to pause, when to yield, and when to assert produces outcomes with minimal resistance and maximal alignment. And this requires both awareness and experience, because timing is subtle, and the Taoist cultivates sensitivity to cues in the environment, the behavior of others, and the internal state, allowing decisions to emerge naturally in alignment with the situation, rather than being imposed artificially. And as these practices accumulate, they produce a life in which resilience, clarity, and adaptability are fully integrated, allowing the practitioner to navigate complexity, uncertainty, and adversity with composure, insight, and skill, because the Taoist mind does not resist change but moves with it, does not cling to outcomes but responds appropriately, and does not act out of ego but from attunement with the natural flow. And this cultivated flow extends to material concerns and external goals, because the Taoist seeks to act effectively without attachment, understanding that effort aligned with reality produces results, but obsession or rigid striving generates friction and suffering. And by balancing ambition with receptivity, focus with flexibility, and action with non-interference, the Taoist maximizes effectiveness while minimizing internal conflict and wasted energy, producing both practical success and enduring inner harmony. And ultimately, Taoism offers a cohesive framework for living, integrating awareness, flexibility, alignment, and subtlety into a continuous practice of perception and action, where the mind and body respond fluidly to the world, relationships are guided by attunement and patience, creativity emerges naturally from observation, and life is navigated with clarity, resilience, and effortless skill, producing a state of being that is coherent, adaptable, and harmonious, embodying the Tao not as abstract philosophy but as lived, flowing intelligence that shapes thought, behavior, and perception, allowing the practitioner to act decisively, wisely, and effectively while maintaining deep inner balance and serenity in every aspect of life. And as the Taoist path advances into its deeper dimensions, attention turns to the mystical and transformative aspects of the practice, often described in terms of inner alchemy, or Niden, which is the cultivation and refinement of internal energy, consciousness, and life force, because Taoism recognizes that human beings are not merely physical bodies or rational minds, but complex systems of energy, perception, and spirit, and the harmonization of these elements is essential for health, vitality, longevity, and spiritual insight. And in inner alchemy, the the practitioner works to refine the essence Jiang, energy Qi, and spirit Shen, transforming them through practices of breath control, meditation, visualization, and physical movement, so that life energy flows smoothly, mental clarity is enhanced, and spiritual perception is cultivated. And this process is not about imposing artificial force but about aligning with natural processes, guiding energy with awareness, and creating harmony between body, mind, and the subtle currents of existence. And Taoist texts often describe this as the refinement of raw potential into pure, balanced, and radiant life force, producing both physical longevity and spiritual insight. Because when energy flows unobstructed, the practitioner experiences heightened vitality, emotional balance, and intuitive perception, which allows for greater skill, resilience, and insight in all aspects of life. And alongside inner alchemy, Taoism emphasizes the importance of nature as both teacher and mirror, because the Tao manifests most clearly in the patterns, cycles, and rhythms of the natural world. And by observing rivers, mountains, seasons, and the behavior of living systems, the practitioner learns to discern principles of flow, balance, and transformation that apply equally to human life, such as the value of patience, flexibility, simplicity, and responsiveness. And these lessons are not abstract. They are applied directly in daily practice, shaping decisions, interactions, and strategies in ways that are efficient, harmonious, and sustainable. And as sensitivity to these natural patterns grows, so does the Taoist capacity for spiritual perception, which is the ability to intuitively sense connections, tendencies, and potentials beyond what is immediately visible, because the refined awareness cultivated through stillness, observation, and energetic practice reveals the underlying dynamics of events, relationships, and systems, allowing action to emerge with precision and minimal friction. And this intuitive insight is deeply practical, because it guides the practitioner toward choices and behaviors that are naturally aligned with the Tao, avoiding struggle and amplifying effectiveness. And this integration of energy cultivation, natural alignment, and perception forms the core of advanced Taoist practice, producing a life in which mind, body, and spirit operate as a coherent, responsive, and harmonious system, capable of enduring stress, adapting to change, and acting skillfully in complex circumstances. And as these capacities mature, the Taoist also cultivates a sense of profound impermanence and humility, recognizing that life, health, and circumstances are in constant flux, and that clinging, resistance, or excessive desire generates friction and suffering, whereas acceptance, moderation, and attunement produce stability, freedom, and clarity. And this awareness extends to every aspect of existence, from material concerns to personal ambitions, from relationships to creative endeavors, fostering a perspective in which success, failure, gain, and loss are understood as transient phenomena within the continuous flow of the Tao. And by internalizing this perspective, the practitioner experiences a kind of equanimity that is both liberating and practical, because mental and emotional energy is no longer wasted on futile resistance, regret, or attachment, but is available to guide deliberate, harmonious, and skillful action. And further, Taoist inner cultivation emphasizes the refinement of the mind, which involves reducing distraction, quieting desire-driven thought, and developing clarity of perception, because a mind clouded by craving, fear, or attachment cannot perceive patterns accurately or respond effectively. And through meditation, breathwork, and mindful awareness, the practitioner strengthens the capacity for focused, calm, and responsive intelligence, which in turn enhances both personal and social effectiveness, because clarity of mind produces clarity of action, subtlety in influence, and resilience under pressure. And in parallel, Taoist philosophy highlights the integration of opposites and cycles, emphasizing that strength emerges through flexibility, action through stillness, and order through embracing change. And the practitioner learns to recognize the timing and proportion of these dynamics, cultivating the ability to act decisively yet gently, to respond swiftly yet patiently, and to navigate life with skill that is effortless yet powerful, because it flows from insight, alignment, and refined internal energy rather than coercion or struggle. And ultimately, The Taoist path aims at a holistic mastery of existence, where health, energy, perception, and action are harmonized. Life is navigated with minimal resistance, and the practitioner experiences a continuous flow of awareness, vitality, and adaptability, producing a state of being in which challenges are met with fluid skill, opportunities are engaged with clarity, and each moment is lived fully in accordance with the Tao, resulting in a life that is not only effective and resilient but also deeply serene, balanced, and integrated, embodying the Tao not as doctrine or theory but as a living, dynamic intelligence that informs perception, guides action, and sustains vitality in every dimension of human experience. And as Taoist practice reaches its most advanced stages, attention turns to the subtle arts of longevity, mystical perception, and strategic living, because Taoism is not merely a philosophy or moral guide. It is a comprehensive system for cultivating a life that is balanced, resilient, and deeply attuned to the natural order. And this includes understanding the processes of aging, vitality, and internal energy, because longevity is seen not simply as extending years, but as maximizing the quality of life through alignment with the Tao, harmonizing body, mind, and spirit so that energy flows freely, vitality is maintained, and perception is sharpened. And Taoist techniques for achieving this include breath control, movement practices, meditation, dietary balance, and energy circulation, all designed to optimize the flow of qi, or life force, within the body, because a body aligned with natural rhythms becomes an instrument for effective, responsive, and effortless action, capable of enduring stress, adapting to change, and maintaining clarity and vitality throughout the lifespan. And this approach to life emphasizes that health, energy, and consciousness are inseparable, because physical vitality supports mental clarity. Mental clarity guides action, and subtle consciousness informs perception and responsiveness. And as these capacities develop together, the practitioner experiences a state of integrated well-being that allows life to be navigated with resilience, precision, and harmony. And alongside physical and energetic cultivation, Taoism emphasizes mystical perception, which is the ability to perceive underlying patterns, connections, and currents that are invisible to ordinary awareness. Because the Tao is not merely external, it flows through and around all things, and perceiving it requires refined sensitivity, attuned awareness, and cultivated intuition. And this mystical insight is practical, not speculative, because it informs decision-making, timing, relationships, and creative action, allowing the practitioner to respond with effectiveness that seems effortless but is grounded in subtle perception and alignment with natural tendencies. And as this awareness matures, Taoism teaches the integration of subtle influence and strategy, showing that outcomes are often achieved not through force or direct intervention, but through understanding currents, aligning action with flow, and applying gentle, timely, and appropriate measures. And this principle is applied across personal, social, and professional life, because influence that works with natural tendencies is more enduring, less resisted, and more harmonious than influence imposed through coercion or rigid control. And Taoism consistently emphasizes flexibility, timing, and proportion, because every situation contains its own dynamics, and effective action depends on observing these patterns, yielding where necessary, asserting where appropriate, and letting outcomes emerge naturally rather than forcing them. And this approach produces a form of mastery that is subtle yet powerful, allowing the practitioner to navigate complexity, uncertainty, and change with composure and skill. And at the highest levels, Taoist practice becomes a continuous flowing intelligence, where perception, energy, thought, and action are integrated, and the practitioner moves through life with fluidity, subtlety, and responsiveness, capable of achieving goals, maintaining harmony, and sustaining vitality with minimal effort and maximal alignment. And this state of being manifests not only in personal effectiveness, but also in relationships, leadership, creativity, and social influence. Because a mind and body aligned with the Tao naturally radiate clarity, balance, and skillful presence, and others respond intuitively to attunement, patience, and adaptability, producing outcomes that are cooperative, effective, and harmonious without coercion. And through this cultivation, Taoism achieves its ultimate aim: a life in which health, vitality, perception, and action are coherent and integrated, where challenges are met fluidly, opportunities are engaged decisively yet subtly, and every moment is lived in alignment with the Tao, producing a continuous flow of resilience, clarity, skill, and serenity. And the practitioner embodies the Tao not as theory or dogma but as living intelligence, perceiving patterns, acting harmoniously, sustaining energy, and flowing with the currents of reality, creating a life that is durable, adaptive, harmonious, and profoundly aligned with the natural order, in which the subtle power of alignment, effortless skill, and attuned perception allows existence to be navigated with precision, balance, and freedom. And ultimately, the Taoist life is one of continuous integration, in which the principles of non-contention, flow, adaptability, and attunement guide thought, action, and perception, producing a human experience that is effective, resilient, harmonious, and deeply connected to the rhythms of life itself. And in this way, Taoism transforms existence into a living, flowing practice, where mind, body, and spirit operate as a coherent system. Energy is refined, perception is sharpened, action is effortless yet precise, and the practitioner lives fully aligned with the Tao, embodying its wisdom, subtlety, and power in every aspect of life. Wabi Sabi is a philosophy, an aesthetic, and a way of life that embraces the beauty of imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness, teaching us to perceive value in what is humble, modest, and naturally flawed. Because unlike modern ideals that celebrate perfection, permanence, and excess, Wabi Sabi invites a deep appreciation for the transient, the worn, the aged, and the authentic, and its essence is found not in grand gestures or elaborate ornamentation but in subtlety, simplicity, and the quiet dignity of things that have lived, weathered, and changed. And this perspective begins with awareness, noticing textures, irregularities, and natural asymmetries that are often overlooked in the pursuit of perfection. Because in these imperfections there is evidence of life, history, and presence, which create depth, character, and resonance that cannot be manufactured. And Wabi Sabi is not just about objects but about experience, perception, and mindset. Because living in accordance with Wabi Sabi means cultivating acceptance of impermanence and an appreciation for the ephemeral moments, the fleeting gestures, and the subtle shifts of light, texture, and mood that surround us every day. And this requires a slowing down, a quiet attentiveness, and a willingness to let go of the relentless pursuit of control, symmetry, and permanence that dominates much of modern life. And in doing so, one begins to notice the poetry in aging, the grace in decay, and the charm in simplicity, because the cracked bowl, the weathered wood, the fading color, and the worn surface tell stories, carry energy, and evoke emotions in ways that newness and perfection often cannot. And this awareness transforms perception, teaching us that beauty is not always polished, that value is not always measurable, and that significance is often found in the unassuming, the subtle, and the quiet. And as this mindset develops, it begins to influence how we approach living, creativity, and relationships, because Wabi Sabi encourages us to value authenticity over appearance, sincerity over spectacle, and the lived experience over the artificial, producing a way of life that is slower, more attentive, and more deeply aligned with natural rhythms and human imperfection. And in practice, Wabi Sabi can manifest in many forms, from home and object design, where muted colors, asymmetrical shapes, and natural materials are embraced, to personal expression, where vulnerability, modesty, and authenticity are honored over performative perfection. And it also informs how we cope with change, loss, and mortality. Because by accepting impermanence and embracing the beauty in the transient, we cultivate a mind that is more resilient, more present, and more capable of appreciating the fleeting moments that comprise life. And this is expressed in practices such as mindful observation, gratitude for what is, and attentiveness to the simple pleasures. Because Wabi Sabi teaches that the extraordinary often resides in the ordinary, and that life's richness is found not in abundance or grandeur but in the quiet interplay of light, texture, time, and human engagement. And as this philosophy permeates thought and action, it also cultivates a sense of humility and balance, because recognizing the impermanence and imperfection of all things reduces attachment, ego-driven striving, and the compulsion to control, allowing one to act with more grace, patience, and responsiveness. And as these qualities deepen, Wabi Sabi extends into creative and professional life, guiding us to embrace experimentation, iteration, and imperfection as sources of insight and beauty rather than flaws to hide. Because the process, the trace of effort, and the marks of time are all part of the story and aesthetic of creation. And through this lens, work, art, and interaction are approached with deliberate authenticity, attentiveness, and acceptance, producing outcomes that are resonant, honest, and aligned with natural processes rather than artificial ideals. And ultimately, Wabi Sabi cultivates a holistic way of being, in which perception, action, and environment are informed by simplicity, imperfection, and transience, producing a life that is grounded, present, and attuned to the subtle rhythms of existence, where the ephemeral, the modest, and the flawed are not only accepted but celebrated as central expressions of beauty, value, and meaning. And living in accordance with Wabi Sabi transforms ordinary experience into a continuous, intimate awareness of the poetry, depth, and impermanent charm embedded in every aspect of life, creating a consciousness that is reflective, appreciative, and profoundly aligned with the natural course of change, decay, and renewal. And as we continue exploring Wabi Sabi, its influence extends from perception and mindset into everyday life, environment, and creative practice. Because living in accordance with Wabi Sabi means allowing the world to unfold in its natural rhythms, embracing irregularity, asymmetry, and imperfection not as flaws but as expressions of authenticity and passage of time. And in practical terms, this begins with our surroundings, because spaces shaped with Wabi-Sabi principles evoke calm, intimacy, and attentiveness, favoring natural materials such as wood, stone, clay, and paper, which carry traces of human use and the passage of time, because the marks, stains, and cracks in these materials are not defects. They are visual stories, evidence of life lived, and when we honor them, our environment becomes a canvas of memory, texture, and resonance, producing an aesthetic that is inherently human, humble, and deeply connected to natural processes. And in decorating or arranging spaces, Wabi Sabi encourages simplicity, asymmetry, and minimalism, because overabundance, symmetry, and precision often create tension, distraction, and artificiality, whereas a single well-placed object, a naturally weathered texture, or a quiet arrangement of forms creates presence, focus, and harmony. And this approach extends to personal possessions, where the value is placed not on newness or perfection but on authenticity, history, and connection. Because objects that bear the marks of life, use, or age embody depth, character, and narrative that sterile perfection cannot convey. And this philosophy applies equally to personal appearance and self-expression, because Wabi Sabi encourages acceptance of natural aging, flaws, and individuality rather than striving for an imposed standard of perfection. And this cultivates humility, self-acceptance, and a deep appreciation for the organic uniqueness of each person, body, and face, teaching that beauty is not uniform, manufactured, or eternal, but subtle, evolving, and intimately tied to experience and authenticity. And in creative work, Wabi Sabi manifests in the embrace of imperfection, incompleteness, and serendipity, because art that acknowledges natural irregularities, unplanned marks, and the trace of the creator resonates more deeply with observers than art that seeks artificial perfection. And this philosophy encourages experimentation, iterative processes, and the courage to leave traces, flaws, and unfinished elements intact, recognizing that these marks are part of the life and energy of the work, producing an aesthetic and experience that is alive, intimate, and emotionally resonant. And as this principle is internalized, it transforms the approach to relationships, communication, and human interaction, because Wabi Sabi teaches that others, like objects, are imperfect, transient, and evolving, and that attempting to impose control, perfection, or rigid expectations leads to conflict, tension, and disappointment, whereas acceptance, attentiveness, and appreciation for the subtle, fleeting qualities of human presence foster empathy, connection, and harmony. And this mindset produces interactions that are gentle, authentic, and responsive, allowing for the natural unfolding of trust, intimacy, and mutual understanding. And at a deeper level, Wabi Sabi is a meditation on impermanence and mortality. Because recognizing the transience of all things, from material possessions to human life itself, cultivates gratitude, presence, and a profound sense of meaning. Because each moment, encounter, and object is unique, fleeting, and irreplaceable. And by embracing this impermanence, the practitioner develops a consciousness that is calm, grounded, and appreciative, free from the anxiety and attachment that arise from clinging to permanence or idealized perfection. And this awareness also informs a philosophy of time and process, because Wabi Sabi values gradual change, patina, and natural progression over abrupt intervention, speed, or artificial enhancement, seeing the beauty in wear, aging, and the slow accumulation of experience, which extends to the way one approaches work, learning, and personal development, because growth is understood as a process, not a destination, and the marks left by effort, trial, and the passage of time are not failures but evidence of life, engagement, and authenticity. And as this perspective deepens, it transforms the relationship with success, failure, and productivity. Because Wabi Sabi teaches that striving for absolute perfection or constant achievement often obscures the subtle, meaningful, and human aspects of effort, whereas allowing room for imperfection, incompleteness, and natural rhythm fosters creativity, presence, and satisfaction. And this is not resignation. It is alignment with reality, a recognition that life is not linear, symmetrical, or flawless, and that wisdom and beauty are found in the textures, irregularities, and transient moments that constitute existence. And beyond personal practice, Wabi Sabi can guide ethical, social, and environmental awareness, because valuing simplicity, natural materials, and the beauty of impermanence encourages mindful consumption, care for the environment, and a deep sense of responsibility toward the natural world, recognizing that human life is part of a larger, ever-changing system, and that harmony with this system requires attentiveness, restraint, and respect for the fragile, transient, and imperfect nature of life. And in this way, Wabi Sabi cultivates a consciousness that is humble, attentive, and integrated, producing choices that are sustainable, harmonious, and aesthetically and ethically resonant. And ultimately, living in accordance with Wabi Sabi transforms ordinary experience into a continuous practice of awareness and appreciation, where the worn, the simple, the imperfect, and the transient are embraced as central to human life, and where each object, space, and moment is seen as alive with texture, history, and meaning, producing a life that is calm, reflective, deeply attuned, and aesthetically resonant, where attention is drawn to subtleties rather than grandiosity, to authenticity rather than illusion, to impermanence rather than permanence, and in doing so, cultivating a presence, patience, and clarity that allow for a rich, meaningful, and deeply connected experience of existence, embodying Wabi Sabi not as decoration, fashion, or trend, but as a living philosophy in which imperfection, transience, and modesty are recognized as the true sources of beauty, resonance, and meaning in human life. And as Wabi Sabi unfolds into the deepest layers of experience and practice, its principles extend seamlessly into art, architecture, design, and ritual. Because Wabi Sabi is not simply an aesthetic concept but a way of perceiving, creating, and interacting with the world in a manner that is humble, attentive, and aligned with impermanence, imperfection, and simplicity. And in art, Wabi Sabi manifests through asymmetry, irregularity, and natural materials, where brushstrokes, textures, and incomplete forms are valued not as mistakes but as expressions of life, movement, and the passage of time. Because the mark of the hand, the unevenness of ink, or the subtle fading of pigment carries vitality and authenticity that sterile perfection cannot replicate. And in sculpture or ceramics, cracked glazes, rough edges, and weathered surfaces are celebrated, because they speak of history, experience, and natural transformation, producing objects that feel alive, intimate, and emotionally resonant. And this aesthetic encourages creators to embrace the unpredictable, the accidental, and the unfinished, understanding that beauty often emerges from what cannot be entirely controlled, from the serendipitous interplay between intention, material, and time. And in this process, the artist cultivates a sensitivity to nuance, subtlety, and impermanence, developing a perception that finds meaning in the modest, the faded, and the incomplete. And this awareness naturally extends to architecture and interior spaces, where Wabi Sabi emphasizes harmony with nature, natural materials, and organic forms, creating environments that are calming, reflective, and immersive, where uneven floors, textured walls, exposed wood, stone, or clay, and muted, earthy colors invite attentiveness, presence, and appreciation for the natural flow of light, shadow, and time, because each surface tells a story of use, weathering, and transformation. And living in such spaces cultivates patience, mindfulness, and connection to the rhythm of life. And the integration of wabi-sabi into interior design favors simplicity, functionality, and essentialism, where every object has a purpose, a story, or a resonance, and excess is eliminated, allowing emptiness, negative space, and quietness to communicate meaning as strongly as presence, producing a sense of balance and calm that is deeply restorative to the human psyche. And beyond objects and spaces, wabi-sabi permeates ritual and daily practices, most famously embodied in the Japanese tea ceremony, where every gesture, utensil, and movement reflects attentiveness, impermanence, and harmony. Because each tea bowl may carry a crack, each whisk may bear the trace of use, and the ceremony itself is transient, unfolding in a moment that can never be exactly repeated, teaching participants to honor simplicity, presence, and the beauty of fleeting experience. And in daily life, wabi-sabi principles encourage us to notice the subtle shifts in light, the texture of worn fabrics, the scent of aged wood, or the fleeting beauty of a withering leaf, because these details embody the passage of time, the inevitability of change, and the quiet poetry of existence, and attending to them cultivates mindfulness, gratitude, and an appreciation for life as it is rather than as we wish it to be. And this attentiveness naturally shapes personal growth and behavior, because wabi-sabi encourages embracing imperfection, vulnerability, and humility, reducing ego-driven striving, comparison, and obsession with control, fostering a mindset that is resilient, present, and aligned with the natural flow of change. And this alignment promotes emotional intelligence, relational depth, and a capacity for empathy, because recognizing our own impermanence and imperfections enables a compassionate appreciation of others, flaws, struggles, and transients. And extending this further, wabi-sabi can guide ethical and social engagement, because valuing simplicity, authenticity, and the modest beauty of life encourages mindful consumption, responsible environmental stewardship, and thoughtful engagement with community, as one recognizes that human life and culture are temporary, fragile, and intertwined with natural systems, and therefore actions that are excessive, wasteful, or coercive are misaligned with both aesthetic and ethical sensibilities. And in the realm of creativity and professional life, wabi-sabi teaches that the iterative, imperfect, and experimental process often produces outcomes richer and more resonant than forced or polished perfection, because the traces of effort, adjustment, and adaptation carry depth, presence, and authenticity, which resonates with others at an emotional and intuitive level. And this perspective encourages risk-taking, innovation, and patience, because the practitioner understands that beauty and value emerge in time, through engagement, and from the integration of effort with natural unfolding rather than through rigid planning, immediate results, or artificial refinement. And as this philosophy is internalized, it transforms the very perception of time, aging, and mortality, because wabi-sabi recognizes that all things, including human life, are transient, fragile, and evolving, and by appreciating the beauty in this impermanence, one cultivates gratitude, attentiveness, and the ability to cherish fleeting moments rather than clinging to permanence or control. And this awareness fosters serenity, presence, and acceptance, because the practitioner sees the natural cycles of growth, decay, and renewal as inherent to the richness and meaning of life, rather than as threats or losses. And through this understanding, one develops a consciousness that is humble, attuned, and reflective, perceiving depth and resonance in simplicity, texture, and subtlety. And in so doing, Wabi Sabi transforms ordinary experience into a continuous practice of mindfulness, aesthetic sensitivity, and ethical awareness, where every object, gesture, and moment is imbued with significance, and where the impermanent, modest, and imperfect is not only accepted but celebrated as the essence of life's beauty, producing a way of being that is calm, present, authentic, and profoundly connected to both the human and natural worlds. And ultimately, Wabi Sabi becomes a living philosophy, a mode of perception, a design sensibility, a ritual practice, and a personal ethic that cultivates attentiveness, resilience, humility, and aesthetic appreciation, allowing one to navigate the transience and imperfection of existence with grace, insight, and enduring presence, embodying beauty not as an idealized abstraction, but as the lived, intimate, textured, and imperfect reality of life itself, where each crack, shadow, worn surface, and fleeting moment tells a story, evokes emotion, and contributes to a human experience that is deeply resonant, humble, and harmoniously aligned with the natural flow of existence. And as we move into the most advanced and immersive understanding of Wabi Sabi, the philosophy begins to transform not just perception, environment, and creative expression, but the very way one experiences time, memory, emotion, and existence itself. Because at its core, Wabi Sabi is a meditation on impermanence, imperfection, and incompleteness. And by fully embracing these qualities, the practitioner develops a consciousness that is attuned to subtlety, receptive to nuance, and resilient in the face of change, recognizing that life's meaning emerges not from permanence, control, or perfection, but from participation in the ongoing flow of natural processes, the humble unfolding of events, and the quiet interplay of presence and passage. And this awareness reshapes the emotional landscape, because when we accept the transience of beauty, relationships, achievements, and material possessions, anxiety, envy, and fear of loss diminish, and in their place arises a deep gratitude, gentle attentiveness, and mindful engagement, because each moment, no matter how fleeting, is imbued with uniqueness and resonance, carrying a beauty that is temporal, humble, and unrepeatable. And this appreciation extends into our perception of aging and mortality, because Wabi Sabi teaches that the signs of time, wrinkles, weathered surfaces, fading color, worn textures, are not evidence of decline but proof of life lived, of experiences accumulated, of energy and interaction invested. And seeing the human body, the natural world, and the objects around us through this lens cultivates a profound acceptance and serenity, because impermanence is no longer a threat but a fundamental dimension of beauty, value, and existence. And in relationships, this awareness fosters compassion, patience, and presence, because recognizing the fragile, imperfect, and transient nature of others allows for empathy, tolerance, and genuine connection, appreciating people as they are, rather than as we wish them to be. And this, in turn, nurtures social harmony, deep listening, and subtle influence, because presence, authenticity, and attunement resonate more powerfully than coercion, perfectionism, or control, producing relationships that are flexible, enduring, and emotionally rich. And in creative practice, Wabi Sabi encourages the embrace of process over product, iteration over finality, and openness over rigidity, because works that retain traces of labor, adjustment, accident, and imperfection carry life, energy, and intimacy, whereas flawless, polished creations often feel static, detached, or lifeless. And this understanding transforms the act of making into a dialogue with materials, time, and the world, where the creator observes, responds, and participates in the unfolding rather than imposing total control, producing art, design, writing, or music that is deeply resonant, emotionally authentic, and temporally grounded, and in architecture and space. This philosophy manifests in humble structures, natural materials, and organic forms, where asymmetry, texture, muted tones, and aged surfaces create environments that are not only aesthetically pleasing but psychologically restorative, because they reflect natural rhythms, encourage mindfulness, and allow inhabitants to feel aligned with the flow of life. And emptiness, negative space, and subtle irregularities serve as conduits for reflection, presence, and emotional clarity. And in daily routines, wabi-sabi becomes a practice of mindfulness and ritual, because noticing the worn edges of a tea bowl, the soft fatting of sunlight, the crack in a wooden floor, or the gentle patina on a metal handle transforms ordinary moments into experiences of beauty, connection, and contemplation. Cultivating a life in which attention, gratitude, and aesthetic perception are continuously exercised. And this continuous engagement trains the mind to perceive depth, texture, and subtle patterns, enhancing creativity, emotional intelligence, and the ability to navigate complexity, change, and uncertainty. Because a mind attuned to imperfection and transience is flexible, resilient, and observant, capable of responding with sensitivity, insight, and care rather than rigid expectation or fear-driven control. And psychologically, wabi-sabi fosters humility, equanimity, and emotional balance, because the recognition of impermanence reduces attachment, the appreciation of imperfection softens ego-driven striving, and the attentiveness to subtle beauty cultivates calm, reflective presence, producing a mental and emotional framework that is stable, adaptive, and deeply connected to the natural flow of life. And in ethical and environmental terms, wabi-sabi encourages mindful consumption, restraint, and ecological attunement, because valuing simplicity, authenticity, and temporal beauty naturally leads to choices that are sustainable, respectful of resources, and harmonious with the cycles of nature. And this awareness extends to human interaction, creativity, and leadership, because a wabi-sabi-informed consciousness approaches challenges with patience, empathy, and subtle skill, valuing alignment, adaptability, and process over force, control, or rigid outcomes. And in this sense, wabi-sabi becomes a comprehensive way of being, integrating aesthetics, ethics, perception, creativity, mindfulness, and relational skill into a single flowing practice, where living itself is shaped by attentiveness, humility, and an appreciation for the transient, imperfect, and modest. And finally, as this philosophy is fully internalized, wabi-sabi transforms life into a continuous, intimate dialogue with reality, where each object, surface, gesture, and moment is perceived not only for its function or perfection, but for its texture, history, impermanence, and subtle resonance, creating a lived experience in which beauty is found in the ordinary, the worn, the fleeting, and the humble, producing a consciousness that is reflective, attuned, resilient, and serene, capable of perceiving depth, finding meaning in impermanence, and engaging with the world in ways that are authentic, graceful, and harmoniously aligned with the natural, ever-changing flow of existence. And thus wabi-sabi is not merely an aesthetic or philosophical concept, but a living, breathing practice, shaping thought, action, perception, and emotion, offering a pathway to live fully in awareness, appreciating the humble and ephemeral beauty of life while cultivating presence, authenticity, and grace in every moment, leaving behind the obsession with permanence, perfection, and accumulation, and instead embracing a life that is rich in subtlety, depth, texture, and human resonance, where imperfection, incompleteness, and impermanence are recognized as the most profound sources of beauty, wisdom, and fulfillment, and where living with wabi-sabi becomes an art of presence, harmony, and acceptance, a continuous unfolding of perception and engagement that transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, the transient into the meaningful, and the humble into the beautiful. Slow living is not merely a lifestyle choice. It is a philosophical and practical response to the relentless pace, overstimulation, and constant pressure that defines much of contemporary life, because modern society often equates speed with productivity, value, and success. Yet this acceleration frequently leads to stress, fragmentation, and disconnection from both self and environment, and slow living invites a radical reorientation of attention, priorities, and rhythm, emphasizing mindfulness, presence, and intentionality. Because the human mind, body, and spirit are fundamentally attuned to natural cycles and rhythms, not the artificial urgency of constant deadlines, notifications, and consumption. And at its core, Slow living is a recognition that quality of experience, depth of engagement, and meaningful connection matter more than quantity, speed, or superficial output. And this philosophy begins with cultivating awareness, because slowing down requires noticing how we live, what occupies our attention, and where our energy is invested, which often reveals patterns of habitual overactivity, distraction, and fragmented attention that detract from fulfillment. And in practice, slow living emphasizes intentional packing, where activities, commitments, and interactions are approached with deliberation and presence rather than automatic motion or reaction. Because by engaging fully in each moment, the practitioner experiences depth, satisfaction, and clarity. And this approach is reflected across daily routines, work, relationships, and creative practice. Because in every domain, slowing down allows for better decision-making, more meaningful connection, and richer outcomes. And in terms of work, slow living encourages focused attention, prioritized effort, and mindful boundaries, recognizing that constant multitasking and overcommitment reduce both effectiveness and well-being, whereas careful selection of tasks, dedicated focus, and strategic pauses enhance productivity, creativity, and resilience. And this is not about avoidance of responsibility, but about aligning action with values, energy, and purpose, producing outcomes that are more substantial, coherent, and sustainable. And in personal life, slow living transforms relationships, social interaction, and emotional presence, because slowing down fosters attentive listening, empathetic engagement, and authentic connection, allowing relationships to develop naturally rather than being rushed, performative, or superficial. And in this context, conversations, shared experiences, and collaborative activities become richer, more resonant, and more deeply meaningful, because time and attention are the currency of genuine connection, and the cultivation of patience, presence, and subtlety strengthens bonds, trust, and mutual understanding. And alongside these practices, slow living emphasizes the mindful engagement with environment and material culture, because a slowed, attentive approach encourages noticing textures, colors, sounds, and rhythms that are often lost in hasty routines. And by interacting with spaces, objects, and nature thoughtfully, the practitioner develops appreciation for subtleties, simplicity, and authenticity, leading to choices that are aesthetically satisfying, ethically aligned, and psychologically restorative. And this applies equally to consumption, design, and personal surroundings, because slow living values intention over accumulation, quality over quantity, and sustainability over speed, encouraging moderation, care, and attentiveness to the life cycle of materials, resources, and ecological systems. And in creative practice, slow living nurtures depth, refinement, and iterative development, because slow, deliberate engagement allows ideas to emerge naturally, patterns to be recognized, and work to be refined with insight and care. Whereas hurried creation risks superficiality, error, and disconnection from purpose, and by embracing slowness, the practitioner develops patience, resilience, and perceptual acuity, allowing innovation, expression, and craftsmanship to flourish in alignment with both internal and external rhythms. And beyond personal practice, slow living cultivates psychological, physiological, and emotional balance, because packing life with intention reduces stress, mental fragmentation, and emotional volatility, fostering a state of calm attentiveness that enhances clarity, emotional regulation, and cognitive function. And this, in turn, allows for more deliberate, thoughtful, and aligned decision-making across all areas of life, producing resilience, adaptability, and inner stability even in the face of external pressures. And central to this philosophy is the cultivation of presence and mindfulness, because the mind that is habitually rushed or distracted misses the subtleties, richness, and temporality of experience, whereas a mind that is trained to slow, observe, and respond fully perceives depth, nuance, and opportunity in each moment, creating a continuous practice of attentive engagement with life itself. And this attentiveness extends to the experience of time, because slow living reframes temporality not as a resource to be maximized, measured, or consumed, but as a medium in which presence, reflection, creativity, and connection unfold. And by slowing down the perception and experience of time, the practitioner cultivates a consciousness that is patient, reflective, and attuned to both inner and outer rhythms, allowing for meaningful engagement, intentional growth, and harmonious living. And as this philosophy permeates further, it shapes decision-making, goal-setting, and life planning, emphasizing clarity, alignment with values, and prioritization of depth and quality over sheer quantity or speed. Because goals and actions that are aligned with purpose, attended to with care, and integrated with natural rhythms produce outcomes that are enduring, meaningful, and resonant, whereas rushed or externally imposed objectives often lead to stress, superficiality, and disconnection. And in terms of health and well-being, slow living advocates attunement to bodily needs, natural cycles, and restorative practices, including mindful eating, movement, sleep, and reflection. Because the body and mind function optimally when rhythms, energy, and activity are balanced with rest, nourishment, and attentiveness. And neglecting these cycles in favor of speed and output diminishes both vitality and perceptual clarity, whereas aligning life with natural flow enhances resilience, energy, and mental acuity. And further, slow living intersects with nature, seasonality, and ecological awareness, because slowing down enables observation of environmental cycles, seasonal changes, and ecological interdependence, fostering appreciation for the subtle dynamics of the world, and guiding choices that are sustainable, considerate, and harmonious with living systems. Because recognition of impermanence, interconnection, and subtlety in nature cultivates humility, respect, and mindful stewardship. And in social and cultural engagement, slow living promotes community, shared experience, and collective presence, because interactions that are rushed or distracted are often shallow and transactional, whereas those attended to with time, care, and focus produce richness, empathy, and cohesion. And by slowing interaction, conversation, and shared activity, the practitioner fosters depth of understanding, emotional resonance, and relational authenticity, creating spaces for dialogue, cooperation, and connection that are emotionally and socially fulfilling. And finally, at its most advanced level, slow living becomes a holistic philosophy of existence, integrating mindfulness, attention, rhythm, and intentionality into every aspect of life, from personal habits, health, and work, to creativity, relationships, and engagement with the natural world, producing a continuous practice of presence, awareness, and deliberate action, where each moment is experienced fully, choices are made thoughtfully, and life unfolds with harmony, resilience, and richness. And by fully embracing slowness, the practitioner cultivates not only well-being, clarity, and creativity, but also a deep, sustained connection with reality, community, and self, allowing the lived experience of time, energy, and interaction to become rich, meaningful, and profoundly aligned with both human nature and the rhythms of the world, transforming modern life from a relentless rush into a measured, intentional, and deeply satisfying journey, in which presence, patience, and depth replace hurry, distraction, and superficiality, creating a life in which the ordinary becomes extraordinary, the ephemeral becomes meaningful, and each act, interaction, and moment carries resonance, mindfulness, and authentic engagement, embodying the philosophy of slow living as a living practice, a continuous cultivation of attention, rhythm, and conscious alignment with both internal needs and external realities, producing a life that is coherent, resilient, balanced, and deeply fulfilling across all dimensions of existence. And as we deepen the philosophy and practice of slow living, its principles begin to permeate the minutiae of daily existence, transforming not only how we work, rest, and create, but how we perceive ourselves, our relationships, and the broader world. Because at its heart, slow living is a cultivation of attentive presence, deliberate choice, and harmonious rhythm, a conscious countermeasure to the fragmented, hurried, and overstimulated patterns of modern life. And this manifests first in the realm of daily routines, because slowing the pace of eating, walking, bathing, and performing ordinary tasks allows for full sensory engagement, mindful awareness, and appreciation of the inherent texture, rhythm, and subtlety of each moment. And whether washing dishes, brewing tea, or walking through a neighborhood, the practitioner begins to notice the interplay of sound, texture, light, temperature, and movement, cultivating an intimate connection to the present, which in turn strengthens mental clarity, emotional balance, and perceptual acuity, because attention, once trained to linger on detail and presence, becomes a tool for resilience, creativity, and insight. And in the creative domain, slow living encourages immersion and iterative exploration, rather than rushing toward completion, because ideas, solutions, and aesthetic beauty often emerge from patient attention to process, observation of nuance, and incremental refinement, allowing mistakes, accidents, and serendipity to inform the work, and this fosters originality, depth, and authenticity, producing art, writing, design, or problem-solving outcomes that resonate deeply both with the creator and with others, because they carry the trace of attentive engagement and a rhythm aligned with natural flow, rather than the superficial polish of hasty production. And in professional life, slow living challenges the prevailing norms of overwork, multitasking, and relentless deadlines, emphasizing instead the principles of prioritization, focus, and rhythm, because concentrated effort on meaningful tasks, alternated with periods of rest, reflection, and recovery, is both more effective and more sustainable than constant busyness. And by structuring work around natural energy cycles, mindful scheduling, and deliberate pauses, the practitioner experiences increased productivity, creativity, and decision-making clarity, along with reduced stress, fatigue, and cognitive overload. And this philosophy extends naturally to consumption, material culture, and environmental engagement, because slow, mindful attention encourages choosing objects, food, clothing, and tools that are durable, sustainable, and meaningful, fostering restraint, gratitude, and alignment with ecological systems, because every choice becomes an opportunity to practice attentiveness, responsibility, and aesthetic sensitivity. And in this way, slow living intersects with ethical, social, and ecological consciousness, promoting choices that honor both human and environmental well-being, and cultivating a sense of stewardship, care, and long-term perspective, recognizing that accelerated, wasteful, or thoughtless action disrupts balance, while deliberate, mindful living fosters harmony, sustainability, and resilience. And in the realm of relationships, slow living transforms interaction by emphasizing quality over quantity, depth over breadth, and presence over performance. Because by slowing down, we can listen fully, observe attentively, and respond thoughtfully, producing connections that are authentic, empathetic, and enduring. And this approach reduces superficiality, distraction, and miscommunication, allowing social bonds to strengthen through mutual attentiveness, patience, and shared experience. And in personal growth and self-reflection, slow living encourages a patient and compassionate engagement with one's own mind, emotions, and behaviors, fostering insight into habitual patterns, reactivity, and overextension, because awareness and reflection develop more fully when attention is extended, pressure is reduced, and actions are undertaken deliberately. And this nurtures self-compassion, resilience, and adaptive capacity, allowing the practitioner to navigate stress, uncertainty, and complexity with poise, insight, and presence. And further, slow living cultivates a profound attunement to natural rhythms, seasonal cycles, and environmental cues, because slowing down allows the practitioner to perceive the subtle cadences of day and night, seasonal change, weather patterns, and ecological dynamics, creating a sense of alignment with the natural world, and fostering awareness that human activity is embedded within and dependent upon these larger systems, which in turn encourages practices of sustainability, conservation, and ecological mindfulness. And in terms of travel, leisure, and exploration, slow living emphasizes immersion, attentiveness, and unhurried observation, encouraging experiences that prioritize depth, reflection, and engagement with local culture, environment, and community, rather than rushing through sites, itineraries, or activities, because the richness of experience emerges from attentive observation, interaction, and reflection, producing memories, insights, and connection that are enduring, meaningful, and emotionally resonant. And in health and well-being, slow living integrates physical, mental, and emotional dimensions, emphasizing restorative sleep, mindful nutrition, gentle movement, and reflective practices, because a slow, deliberate lifestyle supports homeostasis, emotional regulation, cognitive clarity, and resilience, enhancing energy, vitality, and overall life satisfaction. And at a psychological level, slow living cultivates equanimity, patience, gratitude, and perspective, because by slowing perception and engagement, one becomes more aware of patterns, interdependencies, and the transient nature of challenges, joys, and accomplishments, leading to a deeper, more grounded sense of fulfillment and meaning. And as the philosophy is fully internalized, it shapes values, priorities, and life trajectory, because the practitioner increasingly evaluates choices in terms of alignment with purpose, coherence, presence, and sustainability, rather than superficial markers of speed, achievement, or social expectation, producing a life characterized by clarity, intentionality, and harmony. And in the broader sense, slow living fosters a cultural and social awareness, because slowing engagement allows recognition of systemic pressures, cultural narratives of speed, and social expectations that contribute to stress, distraction, and fragmentation. And by understanding these dynamics, the practitioner can make deliberate choices to resist overacceleration, cultivate meaningful work, and foster balanced, attentive, and resilient communities. And ultimately, slow living is a holistic philosophy of being, integrating mindfulness, attentiveness, ethical awareness, environmental attunement, creative engagement, relational depth, and bodily harmony, producing a life in which each moment is experienced fully. Each action is deliberate, each relationship is authentic, and the continuous flow of attention, rhythm, and presence creates resilience, clarity, fulfillment, and profound alignment with both human nature and the broader natural world, transforming the hurried, fragmented modern life into a measured, intentional, and deeply satisfying journey where the ordinary becomes rich with meaning, the ephemeral becomes precious, and the simple, slow, and mindful unfolds as a life fully lived. And by embodying slow living, one cultivates not only practical efficiency, emotional stability, and sustainable engagement, but also a deep, enduring presence, a conscious rhythm, and a heightened appreciation for the texture, depth, and subtle beauty of existence itself, creating a life in which attention, care, and intentionality replace rush, distraction, and superficiality, producing a world, internally and externally, that is coherent, harmonious, and profoundly human. As slow living extends into deeper layers of practice, it begins to reshape our perception of time, attention, and personal agency, because the philosophy teaches that life is not a series of tasks to complete, notifications to respond to, or milestones to race toward, but an ongoing process of engagement, reflection, and presence. And this understanding transforms daily routines, because even the simplest activities, from preparing meals to walking outside to engaging in conversation, become opportunities to cultivate mindfulness, awareness, and intentionality, where the focus shifts from mere efficiency or speed to quality, depth, and resonance. And this shift affects not only the external environment but internal experience, because the slowed, attentive mind develops clarity, emotional regulation, and perceptual acuity, noticing patterns, rhythms, and subtleties that a hurried consciousness misses. And in doing so, the practitioner begins to perceive the interconnectedness of action, consequence, and environment, recognizing that even small, intentional acts, choosing a slower route to work, preparing a meal mindfully, or pausing before responding, contribute to broader systems of well-being, relationships, and ecological balance. And this awareness fosters a sense of responsibility, care, and presence, because each act is imbued with significance and potential impact, both internally and externally. And in the realm of work and creativity, slow living emphasizes deliberate packing, focused attention, and process-oriented engagement, because deep work, sustained reflection, and thoughtful creation thrive in conditions of reduced distraction, minimal multitasking, and intentional rhythm, allowing the practitioner to produce outcomes that are not only high in quality but imbued with authenticity, thoughtfulness, and energy. And in creative practice, this includes allowing for exploration, iteration, and serendipity, because rushed work often sacrifices depth, subtlety, and resonance, whereas slow, attentive creation allows accidents, adjustments, and discoveries to contribute to the richness, texture, and vitality of the final product. And in professional environments, slow living promotes intentional boundaries, prioritization, and resilience, because the capacity to manage energy, focus on meaningful tasks, and recover through reflection and rest is more effective than constant acceleration. And this practice naturally enhances productivity, creativity, and decision-making, while reducing stress, burnout, and cognitive fatigue. And in relationships, the principles of slow living foster deep listening, authentic presence, and intentional engagement, because slowing down allows for observation, empathy, and meaningful interaction, creating spaces for vulnerability, connection, and understanding, and reducing superficiality, distraction, and transactional interactions. And in these slowed, attentive interactions, relationships develop resilience, richness, and subtlety, because emotional attunement requires time, patience, and presence, which slow living cultivates continuously. And this attentiveness naturally extends to family, community, and social networks, because slowing engagement allows one to observe needs, anticipate impact, and participate meaningfully rather than reactively, producing a culture of care, reflection, and sustainable cooperation. And in health and bodily practices, slow living integrates attention to natural rhythms, mindful nutrition, restorative movement, and conscious rest, because the mind and body operate optimally when energy, action, and recovery are balanced. And the deliberate attention to sleep, exercise, diet, and meditation cultivates vitality, resilience, and cognitive clarity, allowing the practitioner to function fully, respond adaptively, and engage creatively with the world. And this integration of body, mind, and environment fosters a holistic sense of alignment and coherence, because the rhythms of attention, energy, and presence are harmonized across all dimensions of life, producing stability, satisfaction, and psychological resilience. And in terms of consumption and material engagement, slow living encourages intentional choice, restraint, and appreciation, because the careful selection of objects, food, and resources based on durability, sustainability, and necessity fosters gratitude, reduces waste, and creates a meaningful connection with the material world. And by attending to the stories, history, and texture of objects, the practitioner cultivates a sense of value rooted in authenticity, impermanence, and practical utility rather than superficial novelty or mass-produced perfection. And in environmental and ecological engagement, slow living deepens awareness of cycles, interdependencies, and sustainability, because slowing observation and action allows recognition of ecological rhythms, consequences of human activity, and opportunities for alignment with natural processes. And the practitioner learns to make choices that honor both individual well-being and the broader systems upon which life depends, producing a lifestyle that is environmentally attuned, ethically conscious, and socially responsible. And in the domain of mental and emotional life, slow living cultivates patience, equanimity, and reflective insight, because by observing the mind without rushing, reacting, or fragmenting attention, one develops a capacity for awareness, emotional regulation, and thoughtful response. And this cultivates resilience, adaptability, and depth of understanding, allowing challenges to be approached with clarity, perspective, and composure. And in the realm of learning and personal growth, slow living fosters iterative development, reflection, and depth, because slow absorption, thoughtful integration, and attentive practice produce understanding that is lasting, actionable, and aligned with purpose. And by reducing hurried consumption of information, mindless multitasking, and fragmented attention, the practitioner cultivates knowledge, skill, and wisdom that are profound, coherent, and practically useful. And this philosophy extends naturally into spiritual and existential reflection, because slowing engagement with life allows recognition of impermanence, interconnection, and subtlety, producing a consciousness attuned to the fleeting, relational, and textured nature of experience. And by perceiving the world with attention and patience, the practitioner cultivates gratitude, humility, and a deep sense of presence, recognizing that meaning emerges from the deliberate, attentive, and mindful engagement with the flow of life. And in travel, leisure, and exploration, slow living emphasizes immersion, observation, and reflective experience. Encouraging participants to move deliberately, engage attentively with local culture, nature, and people, and to savor subtle, transient moments. Because the richness of experience is measured not by the quantity of locations visited or activities completed but by the depth, resonance, and attentiveness brought to each encounter. And by adopting a slow approach, even the ordinary and everyday can become rich with sensory, intellectual, and emotional meaning, and in time perception and daily rhythm. Slow living cultivates the awareness that time is not merely a unit to be spent or optimized, but a medium in which attention, creativity, reflection, and human connection unfold. And by slowing the pace of life, one develops the capacity to experience the temporal richness of the moment, notice the subtle interplays of cause and effect, and recognize the beauty, fragility, and impermanence of life itself. And as this consciousness deepens, it transforms not only individual experience but the quality of life, producing resilience, clarity, empathy, creativity, and presence that ripple across personal, social, and environmental domains. And ultimately, slow living becomes a comprehensive philosophy and practice, integrating mindful attention, ethical action, ecological awareness, creative depth, relational authenticity, and bodily attunement into a life that is measured, intentional, and profoundly satisfying, in which presence, reflection, and deliberate engagement replace haste, distraction, and superficiality, creating a world both internal and external that is coherent, sustainable, meaningful, and deeply human, and where each action, interaction, and moment is infused with purpose, attention, and mindful appreciation, embodying slow living as a living, continuous practice that transforms modern life into a deeply satisfying, sustainable, and conscious journey of intentional, reflective, and engaged living. In the final and most integrative dimension of slow living, the philosophy extends into every corner of modern existence, providing a framework not only for living at a measured pace, but for engaging fully with life, technology, creativity, and relationships in ways that cultivate resilience, mindfulness, and meaningful connection. Because the modern world relentlessly demands speed, multitasking, and immediate response, often fragmenting attention, producing anxiety, and diminishing the quality of experience, and slow living is a conscious countermeasure, inviting deliberate engagement, attentiveness, and prioritization of depth over quantity, substance over speed, and reflection over reaction. And in the context of technology and digital life, slow living emphasizes what is now called digital mindfulness. Because while technology connects, informs, and facilitates productivity, its overuse can fragment consciousness, distort perception of time, and displace meaningful attention. And through deliberate strategies such as scheduled use, single tasking, focused consumption, and mindful disengagement, the practitioner restores control over attention and creates space for reflective thought, creative exploration, and authentic interaction. Because the pace at which we engage digitally shapes our mental clarity, emotional balance, and relational depth, and slowing down digital interaction allows us to perceive subtleties, maintain energy, and cultivate calm, rather than being perpetually reactive, distracted, or fragmented and beyond technology. Slow living manifests as intentional scheduling and time management, where the practitioner consciously shapes the day, week, or season to include periods of focus, reflection, creative engagement, rest, and connection. Because structuring time in alignment with natural rhythms and energy levels fosters clarity, productivity, and well-being, whereas overloading the schedule with tasks, obligations, and distractions produces stress, fatigue, and diminished presence. And this deliberate structuring extends to work practices, where slow living emphasizes deep focus, single tasking, and mindful completion of meaningful objectives, reducing multitasking, overcommitment, and hasty action. Because work approached in alignment with attention, values, and energy produces outcomes that are both effective and resonant, fostering satisfaction, mastery, and flow. And in creative routines, slow living cultivates patience, iterative exploration, and openness to process, because sustained engagement, careful observation, and reflective refinement allow ideas, forms, and solutions to emerge organically, integrating accidents, adjustments, and discoveries into meaningful, authentic outputs. And this approach nurtures originality, depth, and aesthetic or functional resonance, producing creative work that is alive, textured, and human, and in the context of ritual and daily practice. Slow living encourages small but intentional acts that anchor attention, cultivate reflection, and reinforce connection with self, others, and environment. Because simple, repeated, and mindful actions, such as journaling, tea preparation, mindful movement, or reflective walking, anchor consciousness, slow perception, and foster emotional equilibrium, presence, and gratitude. And these rituals integrate physical, mental, and spiritual dimensions, creating a coherent, grounded, and reflective framework for daily life. And as the philosophy permeates further into health and bodily awareness, slow living emphasizes alignment with natural rhythms, attentive nutrition, gentle movement, and restorative sleep. Because the body functions optimally when attention, energy, and recovery are balanced, and mindful engagement with bodily processes enhances vitality, resilience, mental clarity, and emotional stability, and it fosters a conscious, responsive relationship to one's own physiology, producing a life in which energy and attention are sustainable rather than depleted. And in environmental and ecological awareness, slow living cultivates respect for cycles, interdependence, and sustainability, because slowing observation and action allows recognition of natural rhythms, patterns, and consequences of human activity, and intentional choices in consumption, mobility, and resource use align individual life with broader ecological systems, promoting balance, stewardship, and responsibility. And in relationships, the philosophy emphasizes deliberate attention, presence, and listening, because slowing interaction creates space for empathy, trust, and authentic connection, while rushed or distracted engagement often produces superficiality, misunderstanding, and relational tension. And by attending fully, responding thoughtfully, and prioritizing depth over frequency, relationships become resilient, meaningful, and emotionally rich. And in the domain of learning, growth, and personal development, slow living fosters reflective, iterative, and attentive practice, because knowledge and skill integrated slowly, mindfully, and attentively produces understanding that is lasting, coherent, and applicable, whereas rapid acquisition often results in fragmentation, forgetfulness, and superficial competence. And by slowing the process of learning, the practitioner develops mastery, insight, and adaptability, capable of integrating experience, reflection, and knowledge into meaningful action. And philosophically, slow living intersects with existential and spiritual awareness, because slowing perception allows recognition of impermanence, interconnection, and subtlety in life, cultivating gratitude, humility, and presence, as well as a deep attunement to the rhythms and fragility of existence. And this awareness naturally enhances ethical reflection, emotional intelligence, and environmental responsibility, because attention, care, and presence are prerequisites for thoughtful action and meaningful engagement. And finally, when fully embodied, slow living becomes a comprehensive, holistic philosophy and mode of being, integrating digital mindfulness, work and creative rhythm, ritual bodily awareness, relational depth, ethical engagement, environmental attunement, and reflective consciousness into a coherent, flowing practice, producing a life in which speed, distraction, and superficiality are replaced by presence, intentionality, depth, and resonance, and where every action, interaction, and moment is imbued with attentiveness, care, and meaning, because the practitioner learns to navigate modern life not by resisting it, escaping it, or succumbing to its pace, but by aligning personal rhythm with intention, values, and natural flow, cultivating clarity, creativity, resilience, and fulfillment. And by embodying slow living, one transforms the hurried, fragmented patterns of contemporary existence into a measured, coherent, and profoundly satisfying journey, where ordinary moments, interactions, and experiences become rich with meaning, subtlety, and beauty, and where the entire arc of life, from the simplest daily routines to creative expression to work, relationships, and interaction with the natural and social world, can be lived with intention, presence, and mindful awareness, producing a life that is sustainable, deeply resonant, ethically conscious, emotionally rich, and fully human. And in this way, slow living becomes more than a lifestyle. It becomes a living philosophy, a rhythm of attention, a lens of presence, and a pathway to coherent, meaningful, and fully engaged life, embodying the principle that to live well is not to do more, move faster, or accumulate endlessly, but to engage deeply, observe fully, act intentionally, and appreciate each moment in its full texture, impermanence, and richness, producing a life that is calm, connected, purposeful, and profoundly satisfying across all dimensions of human experience. Existentialism is a philosophy grounded in the profound exploration of human existence, freedom, and the meaning of life, emerging in the 19th and 20th centuries as thinkers confronted the limitations of traditional moral, religious, and social frameworks and the pressing realities of human mortality, choice, and individuality. And at its core, existentialism begins with the recognition that existence precedes essence, a phrase popularized by Jean-Paul Sartre, meaning that humans are not born with a predetermined nature, purpose, or identity, but rather each individual creates meaning through conscious choices, actions, and engagement with the world. And this radical freedom brings both possibility and responsibility, because while it allows for authentic self-creation, it simultaneously confronts individuals with the burden of choice, uncertainty, and the inevitability of death. And these conditions give rise to existential concepts such as angst, dread, absurdity, and alienation, because when one fully recognizes the absence of preordained meaning, the confrontation with freedom and finitude can produce anxiety, a sense of disorientation, or the realization that much of life's structure is contingent, constructed, or arbitrary. And yet, existentialist thinkers argue that authentic engagement with this condition is essential for genuine human flourishing, because by acknowledging mortality, freedom, and the lack of inherent meaning, individuals are empowered to craft their own values, commitments, and projects, producing a life that is reflective, intentional, and personally coherent, rather than one constrained by external dictates, convention, or passive conformity. And in this framework, existentialism emphasizes the primacy of individual experience, because the subjective, lived encounter with the world, oneself, and others is the ground upon which meaning, ethics, and authenticity are built. And by attending carefully to perception, emotion, reflection, and action, the practitioner cultivates awareness of choices, consequences, and responsibilities. And this attentiveness fosters depth, presence, and a capacity for self-authorship, enabling one to resist inauthenticity, social conformity, or unexamined habits. And in literature, art, and culture, existentialism explores these conditions through narrative, metaphor, and allegory, because fictional or aesthetic contexts allow the observation, interrogation, and reflection on human freedom, absurdity, mortality, and responsibility in ways that illuminate the emotional, psychological, and moral dimensions of existence, producing insight into both individual and collective human experience. And central to existentialism is the concept of freedom, because humans are always free to choose, interpret, and act, even when circumstances are constrained. And this freedom is inseparable from responsibility, because every choice and action carries ethical, personal, and social consequences, and therefore the authentic individual must confront the weight of this responsibility, embrace it consciously, and integrate it into self-directed life planning, rather than deferring to external authority, habit, or expectation. And this emphasis on freedom and responsibility shapes ethics, decision-making, and relational engagement, because moral life is not derived from absolute rules or universal laws, but from conscious, reflective, and situational engagement with the demands of freedom, the needs of others, and the contingencies of circumstance, producing ethical frameworks that are dynamic, contextually grounded, and personally integrated. And further, existentialism confronts the inevitability of mortality and finitude, because awareness of death is central to authentic existence, as it highlights the contingency, fragility, and urgency of life. And by contemplating mortality, the individual gains perspective on priorities, values, and the preciousness of time, which fosters urgency and authentic engagement, courage in the face of uncertainty, and commitment to meaningful projects, relationships, and experiences. And in response to the absurd, a concept most fully articulated by Albert Camus, existentialism recognizes the tension between the human desire for coherence, purpose, and justice and the indifference, randomness, or unpredictability of the universe. And this recognition does not lead to despair or nihilism, but to conscious engagement, creative defiance, and the crafting of meaning within the confines of human experience. Because the absence of preordained meaning is simultaneously a condition for freedom, imagination, and authentic self-determination. And existentialism further explores the phenomenology of being in the world, borrowing from thinkers such as Martin Heidegger to understand how humans exist as situated, temporal, embodied beings, whose perception, interpretation, and engagement are always embedded within historical, cultural, and relational contexts. And this understanding emphasizes that human experience is contingent, interpretive, and relational, and that authentic existence requires awareness of these contexts, attentiveness to one's own situatedness, and deliberate engagement with the world. Because choices, values, and identity are always co-constructed with circumstances, relationships, and material reality. And in the domain of relationships and social existence, existentialism recognizes the tension between individuality and intersubjectivity, because authentic freedom and self-creation exist alongside the reality of others, whose expectations, actions, and interpretations shape experience, producing possibilities for connection, conflict, love, and alienation. And the existential individual must navigate this tension by balancing freedom with responsibility, authenticity with empathy, and self-creation with relational awareness, cultivating depth, presence, and ethical engagement. And in psychological and emotional life, existentialism emphasizes the confrontation with anxiety, alienation, and despair as inevitable dimensions of human freedom. And it teaches that rather than avoiding these experiences, one must face them consciously, reflectively, and courageously, because they signal the depth of freedom, the presence of responsibility, and the authenticity of engagement with life. And by embracing these states, the individual cultivates resilience, insight, and intentionality, transforming potential paralysis into empowerment, disorientation into clarity, and fear into reflective action. And finally, existentialism guides practical life engagement, encouraging individuals to act deliberately, choose projects and commitments aligned with their values, reflect continuously on experience, and engage fully with both the beauty and tragedy of human life. Because authentic living is not passive, reactive, or imposed, but a creative, deliberate, and reflective process of self-authorship, grounded in freedom, responsibility, and awareness of mortality. And as such, existentialism becomes not merely a set of philosophical propositions but a living framework for navigating life, where meaning is not discovered externally but actively created, where freedom is inseparable from responsibility, where mortality is a teacher rather than a threat, and where every action, decision, and engagement is an opportunity to live consciously, authentically, and profoundly, producing a life that is coherent, reflective, and deeply human, in which the challenges of absurdity, uncertainty, and contingency are transformed into sources of freedom, creativity, and presence, and in which the full spectrum of human experience, joy, despair, connection, solitude, love, loss, and reflection, is attended to with courage, insight, and deliberate choice, forming a philosophy that is at once rigorous, practical, existentially liberating, and deeply applicable to the lived experience of navigating modern life, mortality, and the human condition. As existentialism moves from abstract philosophy into practical life application, it emphasizes the importance of conscious engagement with choices, projects, and relationships, because the recognition that existence precedes essence demands that individuals actively shape their lives, rather than passively accept inherited norms, expectations, or roles. And this responsibility manifests in everyday decision-making, from career paths to personal habits, creative endeavors to social interactions, because each choice carries ethical, personal, and social consequences. And in embracing this freedom, one cultivates authenticity, which existentialists regard as the alignment of action with personal values, reflection, and awareness of one's mortality and relational embeddedness. Because authenticity is not simply self-expression, but a careful, deliberate, and responsible self-creation, grounded in reflection and engagement with the realities of life, circumstance, and human limitation. In modern life, existentialism offers guidance on navigating societal pressures, conformity, and distraction, because contemporary environments often encourage superficial achievement, rapid consumption, and adherence to norms that may be misaligned with personal meaning. And the existential approach advocates stepping back to examine one's own values, goals, and commitments, asking questions such as, "What matters to me? What will I take responsibility for? How do I face uncertainty and mortality while living fully?" This reflective stance cultivates clarity, intentionality, and courage, allowing individuals to act with purpose rather than reflexively following external scripts or succumbing to inertia. Creativity within an existential framework becomes not only an act of expression, but also a form of self-definition and meaning-making, because the artist, writer, thinker, or creator is continuously confronted with freedom, limitation, and uncertainty. And the creative act is a deliberate engagement with these existential conditions, producing works that are imbued with authenticity, personal significance, and resonance. And in this context, mistakes, ambiguity, and uncertainty are not failures but opportunities for reflection, growth, and experimentation, because existential thought values the process of self-creation over external validation, encouraging experimentation, iterative reflection, and engagement with the unknown. In relationships, existentialism emphasizes mutual freedom, presence, and responsibility, recognizing that authentic connection arises when individuals respect the autonomy and subjectivity of others while maintaining their own integrity. Because love, friendship, and collaboration are not merely social transactions but dynamic, evolving engagements that require attentiveness, empathy, and courage. And the existential approach encourages confronting conflict, vulnerability, and difference honestly, because avoidance or inauthentic accommodation undermines the potential for true relational depth and shared meaning. Facing absurdity, the tension between human longing for coherence and the universe's indifference, existentialism teaches that meaning is actively created rather than discovered, because the absence of inherent purpose does not imply nihilism, but opens the space for self-directed values, projects, and commitments, where individuals consciously craft lives aligned with what they consider significant. And in doing so, they transform anxiety, dread, and despair into engagement, creativity, and intentionality, cultivating resilience and insight in the face of uncertainty, unpredictability, and the inevitability of death. Existentialism also informs ethical and civic engagement, because freedom entails responsibility not only to oneself, but also to others and the communities one inhabits. An authentic action must account for consequences, relational interdependence, and the broader impact of choices, meaning that ethical living is an active, reflective practice rather than adherence to external rules, emphasizing judgment, reflection, and deliberate action. Because each decision shapes not only personal identity but the social, cultural, and environmental world, linking existential freedom with moral accountability. The philosophy extends to daily practice and mindfulness of existence, encouraging reflection on mortality, attention to lived experience, and deliberate alignment of action with values, because existential thought recognizes that ordinary moments, eating, walking, working, engaging with others, are the arenas in which freedom, responsibility, and authenticity are enacted, and by attending fully to each moment, the individual cultivates presence, reflection, and ethical coherence. integrating awareness of life's fragility with conscious, deliberate engagement. Existentialism further intersects with psychology and personal development, because awareness of freedom, responsibility, and mortality encourages self-reflection, resilience, and intentionality, fostering the capacity to respond to anxiety, alienation, and social pressures with conscious choice rather than reactive behavior. And this conscious engagement enhances autonomy, emotional intelligence, and alignment of action with deeply held values, producing a life characterized by depth, reflection, and coherence. In the spiritual or reflective domain, existentialism encourages individuals to confront fundamental questions of meaning, mortality, and purpose, recognizing that ultimate answers may not exist externally but must be crafted internally through reflection, ethical action, and the cultivation of authentic projects, relationships, and personal practices. And this process produces a form of lived wisdom, where one's engagement with life, uncertainty, and the human condition is deliberate, reflective, and resilient. Finally, existentialism, when fully integrated, produces a life that is coherent, authentic, and deeply engaged, where every action, relationship, and decision is recognized as an opportunity for freedom, responsibility, and meaning-making, and the individual becomes an active participant in the creation of their own existence, navigating uncertainty, ambiguity, and mortality with awareness, courage, and reflection, producing a life that is not defined by external prescription, social expectation, or predetermined essence, but by conscious, deliberate, and authentic engagement with the realities, possibilities, and limits of human existence, creating a framework for living that is both liberating and demanding, requiring courage, insight, reflection, and integrity, and in which the full spectrum of human experience, joy, suffering, love, solitude, creativity, and mortality, is attended to with presence, awareness, and deliberate choice, producing a life that is profoundly human, ethically grounded, and existentially meaningful. Building on the foundations of existentialism, its philosophy extends deeply into practical, everyday life, emphasizing that the abstract principles of freedom, responsibility, and authenticity must be translated into concrete action, because human existence is realized not in theory, but in the continuous, lived engagement with the world, choices, and relationships. And the existential individual is challenged to confront the full weight of freedom in every moment, recognizing that even mundane decisions are opportunities for self-definition, ethical reflection, and authentic living, because the cumulative effect of small, conscious choices shapes identity, character, and the coherence of one's life trajectory. Modern life, the existential approach provides a framework for navigating the pressures of rapid pace, social expectation, and technological distraction, because contemporary existence often seduces individuals into reactive patterns, conformity, and mindless engagement, which can erode awareness, autonomy, and presence. And by applying existential principles, one cultivates a deliberate practice of reflection, prioritization, and attention, asking continuously, what do I value? Which commitments reflect my authentic self? Where am I allowing external pressures to dictate my choices? This reflective stance creates space for intentional action, ethical coherence, and meaningful engagement, transforming external chaos into internal clarity and self-directed purpose. And it is precisely this alignment that allows individuals to resist superficiality, distraction, and inauthentic living. Creativity within an existential framework becomes a mode of existence, a way to assert freedom and a form of meaning-making, because the act of creating, whether writing, painting, designing, composing, or problem-solving, is simultaneously an exploration of self, an engagement with uncertainty, and a confrontation with limits, ambiguity, and potential failure. And the existential artist embraces mistakes, accidents, and unanticipated outcomes as integral aspects of the creative process, because they reflect the contingencies of existence and provide opportunities for reflection, adjustment, and authentic expression, producing work that is deeply resonant, reflective, and aligned with personal meaning, rather than derivative, conventional, or externally dictated. In relationships, existentialism emphasizes mutual recognition, freedom, and responsibility, because authentic human connection requires acknowledging the other as a free, autonomous subject while simultaneously maintaining one's own authenticity. And interactions that are rushed, superficial, or performative undermine the potential for trust, intimacy, and shared meaning, whereas relationships approached with attention, reflection, and ethical awareness cultivate depth, resilience, and genuine emotional engagement, producing partnerships, friendships, and collaborations that are mutually enriching and aligned with the values, priorities, and freedom of all participants. And the existential individual is called to navigate conflict, vulnerability, and relational tension consciously and courageously, because avoiding these challenges erodes authenticity, and facing them fosters growth, insight, and relational richness. Confronting absurdity, the tension between the human desire for coherence and the universe's indifference, is central to existentialism, because the acknowledgement that the world has no inherent meaning can provoke despair, alienation, or anxiety. Yet this condition is simultaneously a source of liberation, because it allows the individual to create meaning, values, and projects independently of external imposition, social convention, or preordained purpose. And this act of conscious meaning-making, embracing freedom, acknowledging mortality, and confronting contingency, is the essence of existential courage, producing a life in which uncertainty becomes an arena for self-definition, creativity, and reflective engagement rather than a source of paralysis or despair. Existentialism also informs work, vocation, and engagement with society, because freedom entails responsibility not only for oneself, but also for the impact of one's actions on others. An ethical, authentic participation in society requires attention to the consequences of choice, the cultivation of skills, and the integration of personal values into professional and civic life. And in doing so, the individual transforms labor, responsibility, and contribution into arenas for self-definition, presence, and meaning-making, rather than mere obligation, productivity, or social performance. The philosophy further emphasizes attentiveness to lived experience, recognizing that existential awareness is not abstract but is cultivated moment by moment, in perception, thought, action, and engagement, because the ordinary everyday moments, preparing food, walking, conversing, reflecting, are the arenas in which freedom, responsibility, and authenticity are realized. And by attending consciously to these moments, the individual nurtures presence, reflection, ethical awareness, and a coherent self, transforming the texture of daily life into a conscious, meaningful, and integrated practice of being. In terms of psychological and emotional life, existentialism encourages the conscious confrontation of anxiety, alienation, despair, and doubt, because these states signal awareness of freedom, mortality, and contingency. And rather than avoiding or suppressing them, one can use them as instruments for reflection, growth, and deliberate engagement, cultivating resilience, self-knowledge, and ethical coherence. And this approach fosters emotional depth, psychological stability, and clarity of purpose, allowing the individual to respond to uncertainty, challenge, and the inevitability of death with courage, insight, and intentionality. Existentialism also addresses modern dilemmas of technology, media, and social pressure, because in a world saturated with information, distraction, and social expectation, individuals are prone to unreflective imitation, superficial engagement, and inauthentic conformity, and the existential approach encourages slowing perception, prioritizing meaningful attention, and evaluating choices against personal values, because freedom is realized in conscious, reflective, and deliberate engagement, rather than reactive compliance with external rhythms or mass social norms. And by cultivating this attentiveness, individuals reclaim autonomy, presence, and creative capacity, enabling them to live intentionally even amid societal complexity, technological immersion, and social influence. Finally, fully integrating existentialism produces a life characterized by freedom, authenticity, reflection, and deliberate meaning-making, in which each action, relationship, and choice is a conscious assertion of self, a negotiation with uncertainty, and an engagement with the conditions of existence, because the existential individual understands that life carries no predetermined blueprint, and that all significance must be actively crafted, and by embracing freedom, responsibility, mortality, and absurdity, the practitioner cultivates a life that is coherent, ethical, authentic, and deeply human, in which creativity, presence, and deliberate action transform the challenges of contingency and uncertainty into opportunities for meaning, fulfillment, and self-realization, producing a philosophy that is at once liberating, demanding, and profoundly applicable to the lived experience of navigating modern existence, mortality, and the human condition, and in which the full spectrum of experience, joy, suffering, love, solitude, creativity, ambiguity, and reflection, is attended to consciously, ethically, and authentically, producing a life that is existentially engaged, coherent, and fully human. As existentialism extends into the deepest layers of human life, it becomes a philosophy of radical engagement, because the recognition that existence precedes essence compels the individual to confront the full scope of freedom, mortality, and contingency in every aspect of life. And this radical freedom requires both courage and vigilance, because each moment is an opportunity to affirm, define, and enact one's values in the absence of preordained meaning. And the individual must navigate the tension between possibility and responsibility, autonomy and relationality, ambition and limitation, cultivating a life that is deliberately authored rather than passively inherited. And in doing so, existentialism transforms daily experience into a canvas for conscious self-creation, because even seemingly ordinary acts, preparing a meal, walking to work, engaging in conversation, or completing a routine task, become arenas in which freedom, choice, and meaning are exercised, and the awareness of this transforms the texture, significance, and emotional resonance of the everyday into a deliberate practice of existential authenticity, attentiveness, and presence. In modern society, existential philosophy provides a critical lens for examining the pressures of conformity, rapid pace, technological immersion, and social expectation, because individuals are constantly confronted with cultural scripts, algorithmic nudges, and social comparisons that threaten to fragment attention, dilute authenticity, and obscure self-directed purpose. And the existential approach encourages reflection, conscious evaluation, and selective engagement, asking, which choices are mine? Which commitments reflect my values? Which activities cultivate authentic presence, creativity, and relational depth? This reflective stance allows the practitioner to navigate complexity without surrendering autonomy, cultivating clarity, intentionality, and alignment of action with personal meaning. Creativity is central to existential life, because the act of creating, whether writing, painting, coding, designing, composing, or problem-solving, is not only an expression but a materialization of freedom and self-definition, where uncertainty, ambiguity, and constraint are transformed into opportunities for innovation, reflection, and personal resonance. And the existential artist embraces imperfection, serendipity, and unanticipated outcomes as integral elements of authentic work, because they mirror the contingency, unpredictability, and interpretive nature of human existence. And by engaging fully with these conditions, creative work becomes not merely product but lived experience, a reflection of choice, courage, and ethical presence. In relationships, existentialism underscores mutual freedom, recognition, and accountability, because authentic connection is grounded in the acknowledgement of the other as a free, conscious, and autonomous being while maintaining integrity and alignment with one's own values. And relational depth emerges when vulnerability, honesty, and attentiveness are exercised, even in the face of uncertainty, conflict, or imperfection, because avoiding discomfort or conformity undermines authenticity, whereas engagement with complexity fosters growth, insight, and relational resilience, producing bonds that are both meaningful and reflective of the interplay between freedom, responsibility, and ethical engagement. Facing the absurd, the fundamental tension between the human longing for coherence and the universe's indifference, is central to existential life, because awareness of the absence of inherent meaning can provoke despair, alienation, or existential anxiety. Yet it also opens the possibility for creative and ethical self-assertion, where meaning is actively constructed through reflective action, projects, and commitments, and the individual learns to embrace uncertainty, impermanence, and contingency as sources of freedom, insight, and vitality, transforming anxiety into engagement, disorientation into intentionality, and dread into ethical and creative affirmation. Existential ethics emerges from this framework, emphasizing responsibility, intentionality, and situational judgment, because morality is not derived from external authorities or universal laws but from deliberate consideration of freedom, consequence, and relational interdependence. An authentic ethical action arises when one aligns behavior with conscious reflection, personal values, and attention to the needs, rights, and autonomy of others, producing a life that is ethically coherent, relationally aware, and self-authored rather than externally dictated. Existentialism also emphasizes the importance of time and temporality, because human life is finite, and the awareness of mortality, sometimes called the existential horizon, creates urgency, focus, and reflective clarity, compelling the individual to evaluate priorities, dedicate attention to meaningful projects, cultivate relationships, and act intentionally rather than postponing purpose or allowing life to pass unnoticed, and by engaging consciously with temporality. The practitioner transforms the experience of time from a source of anxiety into an instrument for reflection, creativity, and authentic living. In contemporary life, existential philosophy applies directly to work, vocation, and professional identity, because modern structures often impose roles, expectations, and metrics that may be misaligned with personal meaning, and the existential practitioner seeks to align professional activity with ethical reflection, freedom, and creative engagement, choosing tasks, projects, and roles that are coherent with values, passions, and capacities, and rejecting mindless conformity or purely instrumental action, cultivating both competence and meaning, productivity and authenticity. Existentialism extends to social, civic, and environmental responsibility, because freedom is inseparable from consequence, and ethical living requires attentiveness to the impact of one's actions on others, society, and the natural world, recognizing that choices resonate beyond individual experience, shaping communities, institutions, and ecological systems. An authentic engagement demands reflection, conscientious action, and accountability, producing a life that is socially coherent, relationally responsible, and existentially authentic. At the psychological and emotional level, existentialism teaches the embrace of anxiety, uncertainty, and isolation as intrinsic features of freedom, because these conditions signal the depth of human possibility and the responsibility inherent in choice. And by confronting them consciously, the individual cultivates resilience, reflective capacity, and ethical integrity, transforming potential paralysis into decisive action, alienation into authentic relational engagement, and despair into creative and moral empowerment, producing a life rich in insight, clarity, and coherence. Existentialism also integrates reflection, meditation, and mindfulness of existence, encouraging deliberate engagement with lived experience, perception, and action, because authentic life unfolds in the continuous interplay of thought, feeling, and choice in ordinary moments. Walking, eating, conversing, observing become opportunities to exercise freedom, practice ethical attentiveness, and affirm values, producing a continuous, integrated practice of presence, reflection, and authentic engagement with existence. Finally, fully integrating existentialism produces a life of radical authenticity, freedom, ethical coherence, and creative engagement, in which every act, choice, and relationship is consciously evaluated and deliberately enacted, reflecting an ongoing negotiation with mortality, uncertainty, absurdity, and contingency, and where human existence is not passively endured but actively authored and experienced with awareness, courage, and presence, producing a coherent, reflective, and deeply human life, in which freedom, responsibility, mortality, creativity, and relational depth are continuously attended to, cultivated, and expressed, resulting in a philosophy that is not merely theoretical but practical, lived, and profoundly applicable to every dimension of human experience, transforming uncertainty, ambiguity, and contingency into opportunity, insight, and meaningful engagement, and producing a life in which the full spectrum of human experience, suffering, love, solitude, creativity, anxiety, and reflection, is consciously, courageously, and authentically navigated, yielding a profound sense of existential coherence, fulfillment, and human presence. Existentialism, at its deepest level, becomes not merely a framework for reflection, but a comprehensive approach to living fully in the face of contingency, uncertainty, and mortality, because it demands continuous engagement with the conditions that define human existence. Freedom, responsibility, ambiguity, finitude, and the inherent absurdity of life. And in modern society, these conditions are magnified by technological acceleration, social complexity, and the constant influx of information, which can overwhelm attention, fragment awareness, and obscure authentic engagement. And yet, the existential approach transforms these challenges into opportunities for deliberate presence, conscious choice, and reflective action, because each distraction, external expectation, or moment of overwhelm becomes an invitation to exercise awareness, reclaim freedom, and assert self-authored meaning. In the context of technology and digital immersion, existentialism emphasizes intentional engagement and conscious boundaries, because while digital tools facilitate communication, creativity, and access to knowledge, they also present constant stimuli, social comparison, and the illusion of productivity, which can erode autonomy and attentiveness. And the existential individual navigates this landscape by creating deliberate structures for engagement, reflection, and withdrawal. Asking critically, which digital interactions serve my authentic goals? Which activities enhance my presence, creativity, and relationships? Which habits dissipate energy or fragment consciousness? By interrogating these questions, one transforms technology from a source of distraction into a tool for deliberate, intentional, and meaningful engagement, integrating digital life into a framework of freedom and ethical awareness, rather than allowing it to dictate priorities or values. Creativity in this extended existential framework is not merely self-expression but a mode of being, a method for confronting uncertainty, and a medium for self-authored meaning, because the act of creation is a deliberate assertion of freedom in the face of contingency, randomness, and impermanence, and the existential creator approaches the work with full awareness of its temporal, relational, and interpretive dimensions, embracing ambiguity, iterative failure, and unforeseen outcomes as integral to authenticity. And this approach transforms creative practice into a living exploration of freedom, responsibility, and engagement with reality, in which every decision, stroke, word, or idea embodies the existential commitment to presence, reflection, and self-definition. Existentialism also profoundly informs the approach to extreme uncertainty, risk, and crisis, because life is inherently unpredictable and vulnerable, and the recognition that control is limited and outcomes are contingent sharpens attention, encourages deliberate choice, and cultivates resilience, and the existential individual develops strategies for navigating uncertainty ethically and authentically, balancing risk with responsibility, freedom with consequence, and presence with anticipation, recognizing that courage, reflective judgment, and ethical attentiveness are cultivated not in conditions of safety and predictability, but precisely in the uncertain, ambiguous, and fragile circumstances of real life, and that the quality of existence is measured not by avoidance of adversity, but by conscious engagement with it. Legacy, meaning, and life narrative also take on an existential dimension, because every action, relationship, and choice contributes to the story of the self, and the awareness of mortality and impermanence emphasizes the importance of deliberate, reflective, and coherent self-authorship. Asking, how do I wish my life to be remembered? What values, projects, and relationships constitute my authentic contribution? How can I act in alignment with these priorities now, rather than deferring significance to an unknowable future? In this framework, legacy is not merely external reputation or material accumulation, but the continuous, reflective integration of freedom, responsibility, and authenticity into daily action, creative work, and relational engagement, producing a life that is coherent, ethically grounded, and meaningful from the perspective of the individual's own values and choices. Existentialism also extends to social, political, and environmental responsibility, because freedom is inseparable from the consequences of one's actions, and authentic living requires awareness of the relational, communal, and ecological impact of choices, cultivating ethical attentiveness, reflective judgment, and deliberate action in civic life, professional contexts, and environmental stewardship, and by engaging with these dimensions consciously. The existential individual navigates complexity with courage, reflection, and deliberate ethical alignment, creating a life in which autonomy and responsibility coexist and reinforce one another, producing meaning that resonates both individually and collectively. The philosophy further integrates psychological insight and emotional resilience, because existential awareness requires confronting anxiety, despair, alienation, and the inevitability of death as intrinsic dimensions of human freedom. And by engaging these states with courage, reflection, and ethical attentiveness, the individual develops emotional depth, clarity, and resilience, transforming potential paralysis, dread, or escapism into reflective action, creative exploration, and relational presence, producing a life that is psychologically robust, emotionally coherent, and experientially rich. Existentialism encourages the cultivation of presence and attentiveness in daily life, because authenticity is enacted not only in grand projects but in ordinary, everyday moments, and by bringing reflective consciousness to routine acts, walking, eating, working, conversing. The individual exercises freedom, ethical judgment, and deliberate engagement with the unfolding of existence, producing a life that is textured, meaningful, and fully human, in which the mundane becomes a vehicle for self-authored meaning, relational depth, and ethical coherence. Finally, fully embodied, existentialism integrates freedom, responsibility, mortality, creativity, relational depth, ethical engagement, and reflective presence into a continuous living practice, producing a life in which the individual navigates uncertainty, ambiguity, and contingency with deliberate choice, conscious reflection, and ethical attentiveness, and where each action, decision, and encounter becomes an opportunity to exercise freedom, cultivate authenticity, and construct meaningful engagement with the world, transforming the challenges of mortality, absurdity, and unpredictability into sources of insight, creativity, courage, and presence, resulting in a life that is profoundly human, coherent, reflective, ethically integrated, and existentially rich, in which the full spectrum of experience, joy, suffering, solitude, creativity, relationships, anxiety, ambiguity, and mortality, is consciously navigated, embraced, and transformed into a living practice of freedom, presence, and self-authored meaning, producing a framework for life that is both demanding and liberating, rigorous and expansive, and ultimately oriented toward living fully, consciously, and authentically in the face of all that it means to exist as a human being in the modern world. To delve even further into existentialism is to explore its capacity to shape a life that is fully conscious, ethically coherent, and creatively engaged. Because existential freedom is not merely the ability to choose but the continuous responsibility to reflect, evaluate, and act in alignment with one's own values, circumstances, and mortality. And this requires a sustained attentiveness to life's complexities, ambiguities, and inevitable uncertainties. Because authenticity demands constant negotiation with external pressures, internal impulses, and relational interdependence. The existential individual recognizes that freedom is inseparable from responsibility, that creativity is inseparable from risk and uncertainty, and that living authentically demands courage, reflection, and deliberate action. Because the absence of preordained meaning is not a void, but an invitation to construct significance through conscious engagement. In the modern world, this philosophy offers practical guidance for managing distraction, overstimulation, and the relentless pace of contemporary life. Because attention is the medium through which freedom and authenticity are exercised, and fragmentation of attention, through digital devices, social obligations, or unreflective habits, diminishes the capacity to act ethically, reflect deeply, and create meaning, and the existential approach encourages the cultivation of focused, deliberate, and reflective attention, creating intentional structures for work, rest, relationships, and creativity that align with one's authentic priorities, ensuring that every action is an expression of conscious choice rather than passive compliance. Existentialism also extends into the domain of deep creativity, where the individual's work, whether artistic, scientific, literary, or practical, is both a reflection of personal freedom and a negotiation with contingency, uncertainty, and impermanence, because creative acts are exercises in self-authorship, in which failure, ambiguity, and limitation are integral to authenticity, and the existential creator learns to embrace iteration, unpredictability, and constraint as conditions for innovation, reflection, and ethical engagement, producing work that is both meaningful and resonant, not merely instrumental, derivative, or externally validated. In relationships, existentialism emphasizes both freedom and responsibility, because authentic connection requires recognition of the other as a free and autonomous being while preserving one's own integrity, and relational depth emerges through conscious engagement with conflict, vulnerability, and difference, because avoidance or superficial accommodation compromises authenticity, whereas deliberate, reflective interaction produces trust, intimacy, and ethical coherence, enabling connections that are mutually enriching, resilient, and aligned with the principles of conscious self-authorship and attentiveness to consequence. Facing the absurd, the existential individual confronts the tension between the human need for meaning and the universe's indifference, recognizing that life presents no inherent purpose. Yet this recognition is liberating rather than paralyzing, because it opens the possibility for the creation of values, commitments, and projects that are consciously chosen, ethically grounded, and personally significant. And this act of self-authored meaning is the central response to existential anxiety, alienation, and mortality, producing a life in which the uncertainty of existence becomes a space for reflection, courage, creativity, and deliberate engagement, rather than a source of despair or resignation. Existential ethics emerges from this recognition of freedom, responsibility, and relational interdependence, because the moral life is not dictated externally, but arises from the deliberate consideration of consequences, values, and impact on others. An ethical practice involves aligning action with reflection, judgment, and authentic priorities, cultivating responsibility both to oneself and to the relational, social, and ecological environments in which one acts. And this continuous attentiveness transforms ethical decision-making into a lived, reflective, and personally coherent practice. Existential awareness also demands attention to time, mortality, and temporality, because life is finite and the recognition of finitude provides clarity, urgency, and perspective, compelling the individual to reflect on priorities, commit to meaningful projects, nurture authentic relationships, and act with deliberation rather than delay. And in this light, mortality is not merely a limitation but a lens through which life is organized, choices are clarified, and meaning is intentionally constructed, producing a life that is concentrated, purposeful, and existentially coherent. In the domain of work and vocation, existentialism encourages alignment with authentic values and capacities, because modern labor often imposes roles, expectations, and metrics misaligned with personal significance. And the existential approach advocates deliberate selection of work, projects, and responsibilities that are coherent with ethical reflection, freedom, and creative engagement, producing both competence and meaning, and transforming routine activity into a vehicle for authenticity, ethical expression, and self-directed impact, rather than mindless obligation or socially imposed performance. Existentialism also addresses psychological resilience, emphasizing the conscious confrontation of anxiety, despair, alienation, and uncertainty as intrinsic dimensions of freedom, because these experiences indicate awareness of mortality, contingency, and responsibility. And by engaging them reflectively, the individual cultivates clarity, emotional depth, courage, and self-knowledge, transforming potential paralysis, avoidance, or despair into deliberate, ethically coherent, and creatively empowered action, producing a life in which challenges are opportunities for insight, reflection, and authentic engagement. Furthermore, existentialism guides the cultivation of presence in daily life, because authenticity is enacted in the ordinary as well as the extraordinary, and every moment, walking, eating, working, conversing, observing, becomes a site for the exercise of freedom, attention, and ethical awareness, allowing mundane experience to be infused with significance, reflection, and deliberate choice, so that ordinary life becomes a continuous practice of existential self-authorship and ethical engagement. At its fullest, existentialism integrates freedom, responsibility, mortality, creativity, relational depth, ethical engagement, attention, reflection, and presence into a living, continuous practice of human existence, producing a life in which uncertainty, contingency, and absurdity are not sources of despair, but opportunities for courage, insight, creativity, and meaning, and where each action, decision, and encounter is consciously evaluated and deliberately enacted, forming a coherent, reflective, and profoundly human existence, in which the full spectrum of experience, joy, suffering, solitude, love, anxiety, ambiguity, mortality, creativity, and relational engagement, is navigated consciously, courageously, and ethically, producing a life that is at once rigorous, liberating, demanding, and profoundly authentic, in which the existential individual exercises the full potential of human freedom to live deliberately, meaningfully, and authentically in every dimension of modern life. Existentialism, when applied to the extreme conditions of contemporary life, becomes a philosophy of radical presence, conscious engagement, and ethical responsibility, because the modern world amplifies complexity, uncertainty, and the consequences of action, demanding that the individual confront freedom not only in personal life, but also within the broader contexts of technological saturation, social acceleration, environmental fragility, and global unpredictability. And these conditions challenge traditional assumptions about security, stability, and the coherence of human projects. Yet they simultaneously provide the existential individual with unprecedented opportunities for deliberate choice, reflection, and meaning-making, because freedom is always exercised in context, and consciousness is always tested by circumstance. In the realm of technology, existentialism emphasizes the necessity of conscious mediation between digital immersion and authentic engagement, because constant connectivity, algorithmically curated content, and the social pressures of online life can fragment attention, erode reflective capacity, and subtly coerce conformity, and the existential practitioner cultivates deliberate boundaries, critical reflection, and selective interaction, asking, which technological tools support my freedom, creativity, and authentic values? Which activities fragment attention, induce inauthentic comparison, or distract from meaningful projects? By answering these questions deliberately, Technology becomes a medium for existential practice rather than a vehicle for passive reaction, enabling the conscious integration of modern tools into a life of intentionality, ethical coherence, and reflective presence. Existentialism also informs engagement with ecological awareness and environmental responsibility, because freedom entails accountability not only to oneself, but also to the ecosystems and collective futures that one inhabits, and the acknowledgement that individual actions have long-term global consequences reframes ethical responsibility in an expansive temporal and spatial perspective, requiring reflection on the sustainability of choices, the impact of consumption, and the cultivation of a life that aligns ethical freedom with ecological awareness, because authentic living cannot disregard the relational and interdependent nature of life on Earth. And existential responsibility extends to the care of communities, ecosystems, and future generations, producing a life that is both individually authentic and relationally conscientious. When confronting existential risk and uncertainty on a global scale, such as climate instability, political upheaval, pandemics, or technological disruption, existential philosophy provides a framework for navigating unpredictability without succumbing to despair, nihilism, or paralysis, because the recognition of contingency and mortality at both individual and collective levels sharpens attention, strengthens reflective capacity, and encourages deliberate engagement with uncertainty, producing courage, resilience, and ethical action, because the existential individual understands that uncertainty is the condition of all freedom, and that meaning, coherence, and ethical responsibility are created actively, not guaranteed externally. Creativity in this expanded existential framework becomes a tool for engagement, adaptation, and expression, because innovation is an existential response to contingency, and deliberate creative acts, whether in science, art, social design, or problem-solving, allow the individual to assert freedom, navigate limitation, and construct meaning in contexts of ambiguity, risk, and impermanence, transforming uncertainty into a medium for self-authorship and the generation of significance, rather than a source of immobilizing fear. Existentialism also emphasizes the construction of a coherent life narrative and legacy, because the recognition of finitude, mortality, and uncertainty highlights the value of deliberate self-authorship, and the existential individual asks, what will define my life's significance? Which projects, relationships, and values will persist in their influence, memory, or ripple effects? How do I act now in alignment with my authentic self while attending to my responsibilities to others, future generations, and the environment? In this sense, legacy is not only material or reputational but ethical, relational, creative, and reflective, encompassing the continuous shaping of a life that embodies freedom, authenticity, and responsibility in every dimension. The philosophy also provides a lens for radical ethical engagement, because ethical life is inseparable from freedom, reflection, and the awareness of consequence, and existential responsibility extends beyond the personal to the relational, societal, and ecological domains, requiring the individual to navigate the complexity of modern existence consciously, balancing autonomy with accountability, presence with foresight, and personal values with broader ethical impact, producing a life that is coherent, relationally integrated, and existentially authentic. At the psychological and emotional level, existentialism encourages the embrace of anxiety, alienation, and existential dread not as pathologies to be suppressed, but as signals of freedom, responsibility, and potential for authentic engagement, because these states illuminate the contours of choice, the depth of contingency, and the importance of reflective action. And by engaging them consciously, the individual cultivates resilience, clarity, and ethical awareness, transforming emotional turbulence into a medium for presence, self-definition, and deliberate life construction. Existentialism further integrates presence, attention, and mindfulness of existence, emphasizing that authentic life unfolds not only in grand projects or dramatic decisions, but in the continuous engagement with ordinary moments, where reflection, deliberate choice, and ethical attentiveness can be exercised. And the mundane, walking, eating, conversing, working, observing becomes the locus for the cultivation of freedom, authenticity, and existential coherence, producing a life that is fully lived, richly textured, and deeply human. Finally, fully realized existentialism is a comprehensive philosophy of human engagement, ethical responsibility, and self-authored meaning, integrating freedom, creativity, relational awareness, technological discernment, ecological consciousness, resilience in uncertainty, and attentiveness to mortality into a continuous living practice, producing a life in which every action, decision, and relationship is deliberately evaluated, ethically aligned, and authentically enacted, and where the full spectrum of human experience, joy, suffering, solitude, love, creativity, ambiguity, anxiety, mortality, and reflection, is consciously navigated and transformed into meaningful, coherent, and profoundly human existence, producing a framework for life that is simultaneously demanding, liberating, rigorous, and deeply rewarding, in which the existential individual exercises the full potential of human freedom to live intentionally, courageously, and authentically in the face of all challenges, uncertainties, and possibilities of the modern world. Existentialism, at its fullest expression, is a philosophy of total engagement with life, freedom, and responsibility, because the recognition that existence precedes essence demands that every individual confront the weight of their choices, the finitude of life, and the contingency of reality, and in doing so, transform uncertainty, absurdity, and mortality into opportunities for deliberate action, reflection, and ethical creativity, producing a life that is both profoundly human and coherently authored. It is a philosophy that refuses to allow life to be lived passively, acknowledging that each moment, whether dramatic or mundane, is a site of freedom, decision, and meaning-making, and that the quality, coherence, and authenticity of existence are built cumulatively, through conscious engagement, reflection, and deliberate choice. At its core, existentialism begins with freedom and responsibility, recognizing that there is no predetermined essence, no external blueprint, and no ultimate guarantee of meaning, and therefore, each human being must take responsibility for defining their life, constructing values, and choosing paths that reflect authentic priorities. This radical freedom can be daunting, producing anxiety, dread, or existential tension. But these experiences are not merely obstacles. They are signals that one is fully alive, aware of contingency, and capable of shaping life intentionally. Anxiety, alienation, and uncertainty are thus embraced as tools for reflection, insight, and ethical growth, because they reveal the boundaries of freedom, the consequences of action, and the depth of responsibility inherent in existence. Modern life intensifies these challenges because technology, social acceleration, economic pressure, and global complexity constantly fragment attention, dilute authenticity, and obscure meaningful engagement. And yet existentialism provides a method for navigating these pressures consciously. It encourages deliberate reflection on what constitutes authentic engagement, which commitments are aligned with personal values, and how one's actions affect oneself, others, and the environment. Digital life, social media, and constant connectivity are approached critically. They are recognized as tools that amplify freedom when used intentionally and obstacles when allowed to fragment presence. And the existential practitioner establishes deliberate structures, boundaries, and rhythms to preserve attentiveness, creativity, and reflective capacity. Creativity occupies a central role in existential life, because creative engagement is simultaneously an exercise of freedom, a confrontation with uncertainty, and a vehicle for meaning-making, whether in art, science, writing, design, problem-solving, or any form of innovative action. The existential creator embraces ambiguity, iterative failure, and unanticipated outcomes as necessary conditions for authenticity, recognizing that the act of creation is inseparable from the conditions of human existence. Limitation, contingency, mortality, and relational embeddedness. Through creativity, freedom is manifested, and the individual asserts authorship of life, producing work that is not merely functional or externally validated but resonant with personal significance, reflective of authentic priorities, and ethically coherent. Relationships are approached existentially as zones of freedom, responsibility, and relational authenticity, because genuine connection requires respecting the autonomy of others while preserving one's own integrity, and relational depth emerges through vulnerability, attentiveness, and ethical engagement, rather than avoidance, conformity, or performative interaction. Conflict, tension, and difference are not threats but opportunities for reflection, growth, and relational insight, cultivating bonds that are mutually enriching, resilient, and aligned with the principles of conscious self-authorship and ethical responsibility. Love, friendship, mentorship, and collaboration are thus exercises in presence, freedom, and reflective engagement, producing relational experiences that are profoundly human and existentially authentic. Confronting absurdity is central to existential life. The universe offers no inherent purpose, coherence, or guarantee, and the human desire for meaning collides with this indifference, producing the existential tension at the heart of awareness. Yet this confrontation is liberating. The absence of predetermined meaning opens space for active meaning-making, and the individual is called to construct values, projects, and priorities consciously, ethically, and authentically. Anxiety and dread are transformed into engaged attention, deliberate action, and creative self-definition, so that life itself becomes the medium through which meaning is authored, rather than something to be discovered passively. Existentialism also integrates a profound awareness of time, mortality, and temporality, because finitude is the lens through which priorities are clarified, presence is intensified, and action is rendered urgent. The awareness that life is limited shapes the allocation of attention, energy, and ethical responsibility, emphasizing the importance of deliberate engagement, ethical choice, and the cultivation of projects and relationships that reflect authentic values. Mortality is not a source of paralysis but a guide. It illuminates what is truly important, deepens relational and creative engagement, and sharpens the ethical awareness that freedom entails responsibility. In modern professional and civic contexts, existentialism informs work, vocation, and social responsibility, emphasizing alignment between action and values, ethical reflection, and deliberate engagement. Work becomes a site of self-expression, ethical coherence, and creative meaning, rather than mere obligation, economic necessity, or social performance. And civic engagement, environmental stewardship, and community involvement are understood as arenas in which freedom and responsibility converge, requiring judgment, attentiveness, and ethical deliberation in every action. By embracing this perspective, the individual navigates social, political, and ecological complexity consciously, ethically, and creatively. Psychologically and emotionally, existentialism provides tools for navigating anxiety, despair, alienation, and existential uncertainty, transforming these states into opportunities for reflection, resilience, and deliberate engagement. Emotional turbulence is interpreted as a sign of freedom's weight and the depth of responsibility, and by confronting these experiences with courage, awareness, and ethical reflection, the individual cultivates emotional depth, clarity, and coherence, producing a life that is both psychologically robust and existentially authentic. Existential practice extends to the ordinary, everyday moments, because authenticity is realized not only in dramatic choices but in walking, eating, conversing, observing, working, and resting, where presence, attention, and reflective choice are continuously exercised. The mundane becomes a site of meaning, ethical engagement, and creative action, producing a life that is textured, coherent, and fully human. Daily acts of attentiveness, reflection, and deliberate engagement constitute a continuous exercise of freedom, turning ordinary experience into a practice of existential self-authorship and ethical coherence. Ultimately, existentialism in its maximal form integrates freedom, responsibility, creativity, relational depth, ethical engagement, attention, presence, temporality, ecological awareness, technological discernment, and resilience in uncertainty into a continuous, lived practice of human existence, producing a life in which each action, relationship, and choice is consciously evaluated, deliberately enacted, and ethically aligned. The full spectrum of human experience, joy, suffering, solitude, love, creativity, ambiguity, anxiety, absurdity, mortality, and relational engagement, is navigated consciously, courageously, and reflectively, producing a life that is profoundly authentic, coherent, resilient, and deeply meaningful. This comprehensive existential practice creates a framework for modern life that is both demanding and liberating, rigorous and expansive, in which the individual exercises the full potential of human freedom to live intentionally, ethically, creatively, and authentically, navigating the challenges of mortality, contingency, technological immersion, societal complexity, and ecological responsibility with courage, reflection, and deliberate action, and in which the very act of living becomes an ongoing project of self-authorship, meaning-making, and human engagement, transforming uncertainty, absurdity, and limitation into opportunities for growth, insight, and profoundly human experience. Human life, in its deepest sense, is a journey of attention, awareness, and deliberate engagement, and philosophy provides the frameworks through which we can navigate uncertainty, complexity, and the demands of modern existence. Stoicism begins this journey, teaching that while we cannot control external events, we can control our responses, attitudes, and judgments, and that virtue, understood as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, is the foundation of a meaningful life. By observing the impermanence of fortune, embracing adversity as opportunity, and cultivating inner resilience, the Stoic practitioner transforms obstacles into exercises of freedom, ethical awareness, and emotional clarity, because the human mind is the arena where the quality of life is determined, not the external world. Daily reflection, meditation on mortality, and disciplined attention to virtue create a steady, resilient, and ethically coherent life, enabling the individual to navigate both success and misfortune with equanimity, purpose, and presence. Moving beyond Stoic structure, Taoism invites us to align with the natural flow of life, to observe the rhythms of nature, and to cultivate Wu Wei, effortless action that harmonizes effort with the unfolding of existence. Because resistance to the natural currents of life produces tension, suffering, and disconnection. Taoist philosophy teaches that simplicity, humility, and adaptability cultivate inner peace and clarity, and that understanding the cycles of change, the interdependence of all things, and the impermanence of phenomena allows the practitioner to act in harmony with reality, not against it. Taoism emphasizes that wisdom is not a product of struggle alone, but of observant engagement, sensitivity to natural processes, and non-coercive action, transforming the individual into a participant in the unfolding of life rather than a perpetual resistor of it. Wabi-sabi, a Japanese aesthetic and philosophy, complements Taoism by embracing imperfection, transience, and incompleteness, teaching that beauty resides in authenticity, simplicity, and the marks of time. By observing the natural aging of objects, the irregularity of materials, and the fragility of life, we cultivate a quiet appreciation for what is fleeting and imperfect, understanding that the search for perfection often obstructs awareness of genuine experience. Wabi-sabi encourages slowing perception, fostering gratitude, and finding depth in subtlety, cultivating an acceptance of life's impermanence, and promoting aesthetic and existential attentiveness that aligns with humility, presence, and reflective appreciation. The philosophy of slow living builds upon these principles, offering a practical framework for resisting the acceleration and fragmentation of modern life. By consciously reducing pace, simplifying routines, and prioritizing presence over productivity, the practitioner cultivates intentionality, reflection, and mindful engagement, transforming ordinary activities, preparing meals, walking, conversing, into moments of existential and aesthetic significance. Slow living encourages attention to relationships, creativity, and the rhythms of natural time, producing a life that is coherent, grounded, and ethically aligned, and enabling deep awareness of the self, the environment, and the relational web in which life unfolds. Finally, existentialism integrates and amplifies these insights by confronting the ultimate conditions of freedom, contingency, absurdity, and mortality. Existential philosophy teaches that life carries no predetermined meaning, and that each individual must author their own values, projects, and ethical commitments, engaging uncertainty with courage, reflection, and deliberate action. In modern life, saturated with technology, social expectation, and global unpredictability, existential awareness provides the tools to navigate distraction, ethical complexity, and relational responsibility, emphasizing freedom as inseparable from accountability. Creativity becomes a medium for asserting autonomy, relational engagement, a practice of ethical attentiveness, and ordinary moments a site of presence, reflection, and deliberate self-authorship. Within this comprehensive framework, Stoicism provides resilience and ethical foundation. Taoism teaches flow and harmony with the natural world. Wabi-sabi cultivates appreciation for imperfection and transience. Slow living guides intentional pace and mindful engagement. And existentialism demands authentic freedom, ethical reflection, and self-authored meaning. Together, these philosophies produce a life that is robust yet adaptable, reflective yet creative, ethically coherent yet flexible, deeply present yet oriented toward freedom, and grounded in the realities of mortality, impermanence, and relational interdependence. In practice, this integrated philosophy transforms modern existence. Technology is approached critically, relationships are engaged authentically, work is aligned with values and creativity, attention is cultivated deliberately, and mortality is acknowledged as a guide for urgency and meaning. Every action, from the mundane to the profound, becomes a site of self-expression, ethical responsibility, and reflective engagement, turning ordinary experience into a practice of holistic, philosophical living. The practitioner learns to embrace ambiguity, imperfection, and uncertainty, transforming them into opportunities for insight, creativity, and human connection, producing a life that is fully lived, coherent, and profoundly human, in which every moment is an opportunity for presence, reflection, ethical engagement, and self-directed meaning. Ultimately, this master synthesis of Stoicism, Taoism, Wabi-sabi, slow living, and existentialism provides a roadmap for modern life, where the individual navigates the demands of society, technology, and global uncertainty with courage, reflection, and creativity, while cultivating presence, relational depth, ethical responsibility, and aesthetic and existential attentiveness. It is a philosophy of freedom, resilience, adaptability, and authentic self-authorship, a guide for living intentionally, responding to the universe's unpredictability, and embracing the full spectrum of human experience: joy, suffering, solitude, love, creativity, ambiguity, and mortality, with wisdom, grace, and deliberate engagement. Through this integrated philosophical vision, life itself becomes the medium for practice, reflection, creation, and ethical action, and the individual learns to navigate the modern world with clarity, authenticity, and depth, producing a coherent, meaningful, and profoundly human existence in which each choice, each relationship, each act of creation, and each encounter with impermanence is infused with deliberate significance, reflective awareness, and ethical coherence. The human journey is thus transformed into a continuous, immersive practice of freedom, presence, creativity, relational awareness, and intentional meaning-making, allowing the practitioner to live fully, ethically, and authentically in the face of all the challenges and possibilities of contemporary life.